Yo, let's try to slam a game in.
Stream Elements. Scrappy DP is now live. Streaming Apex Legends, January 7th, 2024. Quick play.
This ain't your first rodeo, mate.
Olivia, are you okay in there? No. Button is going to save us all, you guys. We have sponsors lining up. We're never going to get in trouble again. I made the really unfortunate and stupid decision to play this stupid soundbite song of this guy singing chest notes over an open fire.
Puppy Minute here at the Issue Podcast.
That way, fellas. Move your butts.
Wow.
That was so dumb.
Ethan, you look amazing.
Wow.
I came here because I finally got the results.
You never get
And
the-
guess what it is?
I don't have anything yet, God.
Did you just misspeak, or are you putting paper towels in the toilet?
So yeah, no, I didn't misspeak. It's a paper towel.
On the toilet?
There's someone else through here.
Show us child pornography.
All right, so this whole thing started. Mark Elliott emailed me a few weeks ago. I have a lot of interest in Nexium. I think Keith Ramirez is a modern day genius. Mark is an award winning speaker who lived with Tourette syndrome for 20 years and then beat it completely, mind over body. That shocked me. Mark is actually on the phone, and thanks, man, for being here. That's so awesome to meet someone like you. Thank you so much for having Ramirez. Was convicted for, it was like 7 different felonies, huh? But he didn't do any of it.
I didn't know there was someone else there.
We should probably just expunge the extortion, the identity theft, the forced labor, conspiracy to commit identity theft, exploiting of a child, forced labor. Because, like, we got to convince everyone that Keith is, like, a cool dude.
Looking for the media to fill in if they can't.
Someone's at the side door.
Playing games. You don't need me, right? You're just gonna fuck around for a while.
I was just gonna see what's down there.
Yeah. I'm gonna start this. I just broke my HDMI port on that thing. I just found that out like 5 minutes ago. I went to plug. I was gonna try to watch the game on that.
What are you streaming on? Just some.
I'm just crushing it because I don't have CBS. I should be able to just watch the fucking Bears game. It's over the air. But this thing, I've got 2 antennas over there. They won't catch the fucking signal.
No. See,
You know, like,
TBS sometimes for me is shitty on an antenna. I don't know why.
That's bullshit. Like I can get fucking Fox every time. I can get NBC every time. But
Yeah.
CBS I can't get. So like, that's like I don't get.
Thank you for having me. See this photo of you guys, of the three amigos? Like, you don't know how to turn off Zoom. You're trying, but you can't get away. And I hope Rainiers dies in prison. I really do. Caitlyn Jenner's organization, who famously ran someone over. But that's actually not the most important thing about Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah, so basically I've got a new book.
It's like a hentai reference.
You're really touching a straw.
Am I?
Like this piece. I always have my mouth open, you know, like.
Looks really natural and good.
I don't think people. Yeah. I think
they choose
it's a life choice.
Do you choose every day to be attracted to women?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right.
I'm just naturally attracted to women.
Right. So do I need to connect the dots, or you got it?
No, I just want to be left alone.
I want to practice with you. This is interesting.
Okay. Slaves had good relationships with their owners.
Some slaves had good relationships with their masters. Therefore,
And
slavery was embellished. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content. Have a good night. Good night. Thank you.
He just wheeled him out. We 100% are not getting leftovers 2 weeks in a row. God damn it.
Oh, I'll call Brad real fast. Yeah, we're live right now.
Brad the Bull, the legend, the stallion. He looked pissed. Thanks for taking care of it, bro.
Stop. It's not like that. I'll be here every day. Every day.
You try and abuse yourself when I was your age. Except I was alive and all.
Together, we have this. How about we reposition ourselves?
Dude, don't get me a drink. I need, you know, I like to have 7 on my desk.
Yeah. On it.
Oh.
Unwarranted Avatar hate. My beautiful son Bruce is here. Go ahead and say la to everybody. Yeah, good.
Someone was fast in the fight and snagged first blood. Back here.
I don't even care about the money anymore. They're not giving it back. I will spend $1 million to legally fuck them in the ass. This dispute, it has been resolved. So thank you, BBTV. You've returned the money. You've done the right thing. Thank you. Okay. Why is he wearing a top hat? It's just what I want. I mean, it's just, that's my dude. It's extra shred. Can you guys head it out now, Cam?
I hope so.
No.
Why is she knocking me around the neck?
That was big.
I was arrested and I never even did anything wrong, and I was thrown into the slammer. It was on my birthday. It was a knock at the door, pop, pop, pop. And I was getting ready for my birthday party. I was planned. I was in New York. Things were great. My boyfriend at the time answered the door. It was the police. And at the time, I had a woman stalking me so bad, and she had a restraining order through criminal jurisdiction. So her clever ass went around criminal court and got me a restraining order through family court, which is the hierarchy's like different. Like criminal, definitely the hierarchy's higher, but she found out a way to lie and get me in trouble. So on my birthday, I'm being carried off. I'm like, and my boyfriend was like, no, you can't take her. She's the one that, she's the one that has a restraining order. Like, nope, she has a restraining order and she's violated it. So my birthday party I never made it to. I was thrown into the New York City in the slammer. They started calling me right when I showed up prisoner, and I just got on DJ. I had $10,000 in my purse, so they're like thinking now I'm feeling drunk. But the point of the story was I've seen New York City, and that's when I started to get gang stalked. A targeted individual, because what they're trying to do is to drive you so crazy that you want to kill yourself, basically. So you just off yourself. I think that's the MO. And it was awful. There were times I didn't leave my house for a month. There was one time I had a dog too, but I was so scared because I swear to you, hand to God, that let's say my call time was 4:45 and Orange was coming to pick me up in the van. No one's on the streets. I lived on Morton Street. It's like right there, like in the lower West Village or whatever. Adorable street.
So this was during the filming of Orange and Black.
Yeah, so when I was, because the lawsuit was like let's say 1 or 2 years later. Yeah, that's when the bad stalking started. But the gang stalking, so I would leave my apartment, and I swear to God, and one time my friend thought people would just start coming and crisscrossing, like they don't care if they cut you off. People everywhere all of a sudden, everywhere. They're everywhere. And like, I was reading the Bible, and it was on my lap, and this number kept calling through, and it was calling through on FaceTime. And then I was like, I'm not answering that because I don't answer this any call. But then it came in not on FaceTime. It was a gentleman I answered the phone. His name was Truman, and he literally said, "You know that thing that's on your lap right now? It's a bunch of
the Bible."
Yeah, and I started just looking around, and then that would proceed to start with a year of more paranoia, year of just hypervigilance. I thought I bought a house that was covered in cameras, and so I'm just like, but I didn't want them to see me looking around because I'm like, I'm being watched. So like, I'm trying, look, you know what I mean, trying to be cool, but like dying inside, like, oh my, I knew this stuff was real, like meaning I knew I was being followed, I knew I was being watched. Now they're in my house, they're everywhere, and like, if I looked out that morning, I was walking out.
And they just look like anyone, or they all
look like anyone, but they don't look you in the eye. There's nothing. And my friend said, we think they're aliens. That they're true. If you want to talk about aliens that live amongst us, or demons that live amongst us, you guys, this is the real deal, because we're talking they come out of every apartment, and 20, and I'm dodging them just to get to my van. And I get in the van, I'm like,
really quickly, just to because I was ignorant about it. Epidemiological data, epidemiology, right? Epidemiological data, is that right? Suggests that as many as 1% of adult women and 0.5% of adult men in Western world may suffer the experience of being group stalked at some point in their lives. The gang stalking experience has been subject to a little scientific study. How could you? It makes sense, man.
Look up targeted individual, TTI, not the rapid.
Because it's a great way to intimidate somebody.
But
I'm sure in New York the mafia is great at it. If I was 25 and broke, which I was, and someone came up to me and said, "Hey, there's this pedophile, or there's this evil person. I'll give you $100 a day to just for 2 hours annoy this person," I'm sure I would think it over.
I know.
I had no other options.
Bump them. Always know that you're hot on their trail. Like, I mean, a lot of people think it's a mental psychosis and that it's a mental illness.
Like you feel like all these people are attacking you.
No, I know what I experienced. They would hit. They'd be at airports.
Whoa.
No, this is a real
thing. Beginning in the early 2000s, the term gang stalking became popularized to describe a different experience of repeated harassment, which instead comes from multiple people who organize around a shared purpose.
And the shared purpose was to shut me up. Because so no one ever told me going into New York City, big deal, would tear my life apart. But I'll never forget the day, went on for about 5 years, and I'll never forget the day it stopped. And I made it through. And you know how I made it through? From God, okay? This is one of the reasons there's no other way. I mean, these were people, I'm telling you, they wouldn't look you now. They'd be at the airport. They would be there when I got out of the airport. They'd be my Uber driver. They'd be.
Do you think someone pays them? Like, is it like a? Because by the way,
and they love it. If you
give someone $100 cash, it's amazing what you can get them to do.
There's a lot of people that thrive off of I don't like the word evil, but how would I say it? Like, there's a lot of people that thrive off of torturing other people, perhaps because maybe they were tortured
and they were probably told this person is a problem. They think they're doing something great.
How easily can you ruin someone's life?
Like, no offense, like I feel like you could hold your own for a while.
Until someone stops on me.
I just don't think.
Little nasty. Yeah.
I don't know what midgets
I'll run faster than a lot of people though. They call me Mighty Mouse. I'll just run for my life. If it gets too heated, I'll just nitrous and I'm out of there.
What your graphics card tells about you. You have an RTX 3070. You have an RTX 4050.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that. Reloaded.
You have a GTX 1080 Ti. You have an RTX 4090.
Is this some sort of present joke that I'm curious to understand?
You have a GTX 1050. You have an AMD RX 7900 XT.
And NVIDIA has been the single worst company we've ever dealt with. So NVIDIA, you
have an Intel Arc A770. You have the almighty NVIDIA GT710. You have a RTX 3090 Ti.
I'm never gonna financially recover from this.
You have an Intel integrated GPU.
I'm not just like the rest of you. I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Triple B News channel. Today we're going to be talking about Nadia and how she's come back to Call of Duty. Many people seem to be thinking that she may have lost the plot. The way in which she's been acting live on stream is not that of somebody with any sort of etiquette. She's acting like an absolute idiot. Take a look at this clip now.
Terrible. Oh,
This is your champion.
Bro, hey, yo, don't you get the fucking kid? What the fuck is wrong with you, dumb bitch? Don't you get your kid?
100 things we all find stupid. 2024 is shaping up to be the year that we finally figure out this whole charging our electric cars thing. Not a moment too soon. Today we have more choices than ever for what I consider to be good EVs. The kind of cars with good reliability and more than enough range for your around-town daily driving. But according to a 2023 study by J.D. Power, electric car charging for longer trips is one of the biggest concerns for potential EV adopters and the EV curious. But that could be about to change. Now, throughout 2023, we saw a wave of automakers adopting the newly opened North American Charging Standard, aka NACS, aka the Tesla Plug. with established automakers like Ford, Hyundai, Kia, and BMW, as well as startups like Rivian and Lucid. At this point, only the Volkswagen Group and Stellantis are the only holdouts to the party. But I've got a feeling that at some point we're going to hear something from them in the future. Now, if you've paid as close of attention to these announcements as I have, you'll notice that pretty much all of the automakers have nigh on identical timelines, and there's a good reason for that. You see, in 2024, we'll start to see the rollout of CCS to NACS adapters, and that's going to give Tesla time to ramp up its charging standards to accommodate all of this new third-party traffic. And then in 2025 and beyond, we'll start to see the first NACS native third-party vehicles rolling into dealerships. Now, does this mean that CCS is dead in America? Probably not. There's still millions of electric cars on the road today, and they're not going anywhere. And there will be more CCS-equipped electric cars rolling out in 2025, 2026, and beyond. However, the widespread availability of fairly inexpensive CCS to NACS and NACS to CCS adapters that you can just keep in your truck for the day that you need it means that for all EV drivers, there's going to be more choice and more compatibility for where you charge your car. Speaking of where you charge your car, if all goes to plan, 2024 will be the year that we see a boom in electric vehicle charging stations. For starters, this year we'll see the first fruits of that 2021 National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan begin to ripen. That's a $5 billion investment in building electric vehicle charging stations every 50 miles along North America's major interstates and highways. And the first of those DC fast charging stations will begin to roll out at the beginning of the year. Meanwhile, 7 major automakers are collaborating on a mega network of DC fast charging stations with both NACS and CCS charging ports. That's going to eventually scale up to around 30,000 stations in 2025-ish. And the first of those stations is rolling out, you guessed it, this year in 2024. Even gas stations are getting into the mix. BP announced that it's buying $100 million worth of chargers from Tesla for its BP Pulse station. Buc-ee's is partnering with Mercedes-Benz, Pilot is joining up with GM, and Travel Center is working with Electrify America to add thousands of DC charging points to hundreds of service stations this year. And as a nice bonus, all of these networks rolling out, federally, OEM, and privately funded, are going to make use of tap to pay with your credit card so that you don't have to keep yet another app on your phone to pay for your EV's charging. And of course, 2024 sees the arrival of a bunch of highly anticipated electric cars to choose from. Chevrolet's Blazer EV is hitting the road now, and while I'll miss the affordable and compact Bolt, the Blazer in particular is a handsome machine with a dizzying variety of configurations, including front, rear, and all-wheel drive variant for its Ultium electric powertrain, which will also power GM's Equinox EV, the Honda Prologue, and Acura ZDX. Volvo is poised to slide into the affordable EV space with aplomb in 2024, debuting the EX30, starting at around $36,000. The compact electric SUV promises around 270 miles of range, but if you check the right boxes, the twin-motor EX30 will hit 60 seconds in 3.5 seconds, earning it the title of the quickest production Volvo ever. For those looking for a large and angular EV, there's the Kia EV9, which stretches the Hyundai Motor Group's electric vehicle platform to its largest configuration yet. The 3-row SUV promises up to 300 miles of range when it hits the road in early 2024, with the balance of value and quality that we can expect from its sibling, the Kia EV. More charging stations, more convenient places with more compatibility, and of course, more electric cars to choose from. 2024 is shaping up to be a very interesting year in the electrification of America's roads. For more news on your list of the best anticipated EVs of the year, be sure to head over to CNET.com.
Over the years, one of my biggest frustrations with owning camera gear is how easy it is to have too much of it on you at any given moment. I've definitely been guilty of overpacking my bag to the point where I slow myself down and actually get in my own way creatively, because I tried to bring every combination of gear I could possibly think of for a day of photography. Today, I'm going to talk about the items that have made the cut to deserve a place in my everyday photography setup, and I hope this helps you make these decisions for yourself. Let's start with the core of the setup, the Wandered Rogue 6-liter sling bag. I opted not to use it. If I give myself more space, I actually need every day. The Rogue is the perfect compromise to this problem. It's a thoughtfully designed bag that takes advantage of all the useful surface area of the bag with loads of small zipper pockets and pouch areas to fit all kinds of accessories. The main compartment has padded dividers that can be folded down to compartmentalize items vertically. You can easily fit one mirrorless body with 1 to 2 lenses depending on your setup in this main area. There were 2 main features that sold me on this bag. The water bottle and tripod holder, which folds down and can be put away when not in use, and the laptop compartment that folds down when you unzip the bottom of the bag. This pocket fits up to a 15-inch laptop with a sleeve on it. This is huge because it means I don't have to compromise on bringing a laptop to do any on-the-go editing or general work. Moving on, the camera I choose to use on most days of photography is my Leica M10. The M10 is 7 years old now. I've owned mine for about 3 years, and it hasn't disappointed me. For those of you out there who have never tried a Leica or think they are overpriced, I completely understand your perspective. Before I owned this M10, I was with you. I never thought I'd be interested in a Leica and considered it far too expensive for a single stills camera, especially one that does not have autofocus. That was until I actually borrowed one and started using it. The Leica experience is definitely not for everyone, and you may even be a person who could be worse off using one. There are plenty of cameras that would provide much stronger price to performance ratios. However, for me, I have never enjoyed using a camera system more than my M10 despite shooting with a lot of other cameras over the years. The small form factor of the system, simplicity in the buttons, and exposure controls round out a very fun shooting experience, and I absolutely love the lens selection on the M system. Speaking of which, my usual lens of choice these days is the Light Lens Lab 15mm f2 Speed Panchro. I made a full review video about this lens a while back, but here's a quick overview for anyone who has never heard of this lens. It's a replica of a classic cinema lens from the 1940s that still is popular today among commercial and Hollywood cinematographers. It has a very vintage look, and it's particularly soft wide open even in the center, but the bokeh and rendering of faces on this lens looks great to my eye, and it's a lens I really enjoy using. It gives images a very cinematic quality to them. It's also a lens that you can adapt to any modern mirrorless camera, so I often end up using it on my Fuji cameras as well. The final touch to my M10 setup that I want to mention, because I get this question a lot, is my camera strap. I'm using the minimal anchor strap from Clever Supply Co. I absolutely love this strap because it has the quick release benefits of the hardware from Peak Design, but the straps themselves look way better in my opinion. Mine is in their limited edition color Ocean. The leather feels great, and I also appreciate that Clever Supply Co. can do custom lengths so that you can get your strap made for your specific height and camera setup. To the right of the main compartment where my camera sits, I have my GoPro Hero 9 Black, which I use to shoot POV videos of photo walks. I chose the Hero 9 Black because image-wise, it's good enough, and I didn't really see a reason to buy a newer GoPro for my use of it. I also have the GoPro mounted to the Ulanzi GP16, which is just a simple magnet mount that I can wear on my neck and mount the GoPro to my chest in a much more minimal looking way than the typical GoPro chest mount. Along the back of the bag is where I store this slim travel pouch from Moment that holds a bunch of stuff. On the side with the green and red zippers, I store charged and dead batteries, which makes it easy to tell which is which throughout the shoot day. In the middle, I have a lens pen to clean lenses as needed. On the other side of the pouch, I have the Sabrent 4TB Rocket Nano V2 SSD. This drive has been a good recent addition. It's super fast to work off of and write to, and it's the smallest SSD I've ever owned. It barely takes up any space, and I love that I don't have to offload it to my home storage that often because it's 4TB. I also use Sabrent's 256GB SD cards in my cameras. This isn't sponsored, but I think Sabrent is underrated because all of their camera media is both relatively affordable and performs great. I also have a Juice Systems Type-C dongle just in case I ever need to connect extra devices or I'm transferring media to a client on the go. When I'm sitting down to do some editing somewhere, I like using these non-slip silicone pads that stick onto the back of my laptop to keep my cables out of the way and give myself more space.
Is anyone with us?
These things are like $5 on Amazon, and I like that unlike Velcro, you can take them off so they aren't an eyesore on your laptop when you don't need them. On the topic of my laptop, I'm currently using a Dell XPS 15, which I picked up in late 2020. It's an Intel i7-1070H with 32 gigs of RAM and a GTX 1650 Ti. Despite the spec being slightly older, it still works great. This has been all I've needed for my photo editing work, along with any general internet browsing or writing for this channel. It's possible I'll upgrade to something in the near future so that I can do more on-the-go video editing, but I'm still really happy with the performance of this laptop for photography.
Found a mobile respawn. Got an evac tower here. Got some materials.
This is the Dbrand Robot City skin that I recently put on my Dell XPS. Check out how detailed it is. Just as there are so many little scenes, there are also so many different style options of laptop skins that Dbrand has so that you can find the skin that's perfect for you. There are so many different color and texture options for so many devices. One of my personal favorites has been their recent X-ray drop that is actually X-ray scans of all the tech devices they offer. If you care about protecting your expensive tech from incidental scratches, visit dbrand.com/BYL. And while we admire this Pixelite Pro Dbrand teardown skin, I'll mention that my daily driver smartphone recently has been the Pixelite Pro. Despite my preference overall for the iPhone 15 Pro's cameras, I still prefer the Android experience, and the cameras on the Pixel are still excellent for photography when I happen to only want to bother snapping a photo from my phone. The 50 megapixel RAW DNGs from the Pixel really impressed me this year, and it's the first smartphone device where I'm willing to go to the effort of editing the photos in Lightroom regularly because it's actually worth doing. To go along with the Pixel, my headphones of choice are Sony's WF-1000 XM5s. These headphones are my absolute most essential piece of tech in my bag. I use these more than anything else I own. There is nothing I enjoy more when I'm walking around looking for a good shot than listening to a podcast or an audiobook. The active noise cancellation on the XM5s is the best I've ever used for a Bluetooth headphone like this. When walking around busy areas, I'm easily able to cut out distracting noise, and it actually helps me focus on finding shots that are interesting. The earbuds themselves form a great seal on the ears, and I'm never worried about them falling out even when I'm moving quickly, and I can wear these basically all day without any discomfort. I appreciate how small they are even in the case, so they don't take up much space in my bag. On top of everything, they sound great, and the battery life is much improved from my previous pair of Sony XM3s.
Reloading.
Clipped to my XM5s via a silicone case, I have a Tile Mate. I lose my headphones around the house all the time, and this gives me peace of mind that if I ever left them behind somewhere, I at least have a chance of finding them. I also have a Tile Pro on my keys and a Tile Slim for my wallet, mostly because I was sick of losing all three of these items constantly.
Reloading. Got one. Enemy down.
Lastly, in the top flap of my Rogue, I also sometimes store one of two filters. A 5% Cine Bloom filter from Moment, or a Tip-In Glimmer Glass in Strength 1. Both of these filters can give a distinct character to images that bloom slightly but in different ways. I find I use them mostly with sharper lens than my light lens lab 50mm, which does not need any additional character. You can do these kinds of effects in post, but I also find it's more fun to do them in camera when a shot falls in. That is my entire everyday photography setup. I've gone through many iterations of this over the years, but I'm finally happy with this minimal-ish setup that at the end of the day just lets me enjoy having fun taking photos out in the world wherever I am. If anything in this video is of interest to you, I have put links to everything in the description. If you like this video, please consider subscribing.
Here's your birthday present. Go on now, say hello.
Phil's back from vacation, so real camera work being done now. Hi. You took a vacation without us. It's not fair. NZXT's Build is a quick and easy way to get a new gaming computer. Build a gaming PC on your budget using the built-in configurator and see exactly how your favorite games will perform. Don't want to spec it yourself? Then choose from BLB's pre-configured player PC systems designed to fit your needs and budget. To see the full lineup and specs of the NZXT BLB Player Series pre-built PCs, follow the sponsored link in the description below. Yeah, we're still dealing with the simulator. We're gonna move the arms. We figured out what we did wrong on the arms. Anyway, that's besides the point. The issue we were dealing with, no matter what we do, we can't get the screen to work. All we get is red LEDs all the way across the tack, and then the screen lights up, and it won't connect to any of the software. We've gone through all of the troubleshooting that we possibly could for this. We even switched out the wheel because we thought it was bad, but we're getting the same thing with this one, so frustrating. And we were right. Phil cannot drive this simulator rig.
Oh,
Hey, you know what we can do? Because we have the dual clutch one, we can just make hand controls for you. The right one's gas, the left one's brake. So it's kind of funny too, given the health stuff I talked about recently. Phil came back from vacation and he gave me a 1 million, like a million times larger than actual size red blood cell.
I think you just needed one.
Actually, it should be much smaller still if it was mine. And a 1 inch by 1 inch cube chunk of iron.
Pure iron.
So I figured, you know, just... Did you fix it yet? I want to play. I also feel like the overall mess in here, because we still haven't cleaned it up from when you were gone, when we had to like put this stupid thing together. I just feel like it represents my life. It's just very like, we just put stuff where there's room lately. We'll deal with it later. Okay, so it's working now. Oh, it's off now. We got it working. There was another firmware update we had to do. So it's all working now. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna move the screens in. You guys are sick of hearing like this, right? But we're gonna move the screens in. Get these. Oops, these pieces right here off the upright and get them over here so we can bring them in narrower. Then we can get the screens more to the side like they need to be, which would be nice. It won't take as much like wingspan anymore. And then what we're going to do is when we get all that off right now, we're going to move it out of the way. We're going to lower this down a little bit lower. We have an extension hub to put on here. That way we keep the wheel a little closer to us because the wheel's a little far away given the position of the pedals and stuff. We have to figure out a way to be able to get Phil in here to drive too, because I figured part of the fun today would be for us to just do a little bit of time attack for fun. But if Phil can't drive, we can some problems here. I guess you can take the cushions off the seat and like put them in there. Only around here would it take 2.5 grown men to put together one of these things. Whoa! I'm actually stuck. Whoa! Nick, I need you to help roll me up. Yeah! No, my biggest complaint with this rig is like it's so flat on the bottom. For tall guys like me, I feel like it needs like some sort of a round cutout or something there for the knees. But this should help with that a little bit. We're gonna lower the height of the sim or the wheel support now a little bit because we need to get the monitor more eye level. Right now we're looking up at it, which is weird, so we need to get that lower. But again, with my height, I can only go so low before my knees hit, so it's like a balancing act. I think if there's anything y'all can take away from this, if it seems like, my god, this is the third video I've been talking about this, there's a possibility of spending weeks or months getting this stuff right. So I think it gives you one of the more real expectations of getting these things set up. Like it completely is a pain in the butt. And don't forget, we're trying to set it up for multiple people, which is never going to be perfect anyway. Phil's the most screwed in this situation because Nick and I are only 3 inches height apart. But there's what, you're 5'2"? Like a foot and a half? Yeah, there's over a foot of difference between you and me. And clearly the leg length is the biggest issue. So now we're trying to get the angle and the height just right for the knees. Again, this when you hit this, like we were saying, we should get some of that half, like that pool noodle, like put it on there. Steve was supposed to do that. Yeah, it all works. We got the monitors now at more of a proper angle for racing sim. That's why the audio sounds weird because it's echoing back at me quite a bit. All right, let's see how it should work with Assetto Corsa. I know it saw Assetto Corsa. I've never used SimHub before, but apparently it's a really strong piece of software for simulator stuff. And then obviously you can launch different games through it and have different screen layouts and button layouts and stuff for that game, which is kind of nice. So we got a tachometer that works now. I should probably rebind that too. Like it saw it, but it didn't bind it. That's like those videos where the wheel pops out every now and then. Like, so confused. We're still on. What is it? Midnight time. 127.8 again. I think I had 127.5 last time. See, the downside about something like this with using VR is you can't see any of it. I mean, VR, I still think is better because you can like look around and crap, but this you can just hop in and go. Right? You can't do that with VR. Okay, so I'm gonna get out of here right now. I gotta go see a man about all of me. I don't know why I said that. Anyway, I'm gonna let Phil and Nick hop in here and get some practice. What we're gonna do is we're gonna come back tomorrow morning and end this video. But what I'm gonna do, it's very, very interesting. Talking and driving in this car is very I'm going so slow. Oh, that's the clutch, not the brake. I'm not gonna participate, but it's gonna be Nick versus Phil tomorrow, and I'm gonna put $100. And whoever gets the fastest out of, I don't know, 5 flying laps. Okay, so it's the next day. The simulator rig is all set up, and I think they adjusted the pedals and seat rails so Phil would actually be able to drive. Since we have people here, if we get tangled up somehow in the steering wheel, I haven't relocated the emergency button yet, but that needs to be moved down by the feet. That way you can be like with your foot if for some reason you get tangled up, or if you want to screw around with someone and be like, you know, push it while they're driving or something. Anyway, okay, I said we were going to make this interesting, so here's what we're going to do. We got a crisp Benjamin, a $100 bill.
That's like a fake one over there, right?
No. This actually says "In God We Trust," not "In Hollywood We Trust," whatever it is. But that way, because so here's the problem. Nick's a super sweaty tryhard when it comes to sex. The reason why I say that is because of the racing group like that he belongs to. They all do real life racing and sim stuff. Nick is probably the slowest of the group, but he's faster than average because of that. So it's not fair for Phil to be like, he's like drives with a Logitech wheel here and there to hop in this thing and be competitive. So I want someone to walk away with something. So second place gets $50. I'm now out of money. Damn it! That's the other thing we decided we're gonna do because I do know Laguna Seca pretty well.
And I've always wanted to actually like start learning it.
So this is gonna be the start of lap 1.
45 seconds, rings just up ahead.
Then first lap's throwaway. We can now have a second fastest lap. Fastest lap. Yeah, 132.479 was his first lap. Lap's looking a little cleaner already. It doesn't show potential best. Okay, the estimated lap right now, if he doesn't screw up, is looking like a 128 on the steering wheel. Remember, Nick and I have both been down at 127 with this setup and these tires. Oh, the potential's going up. Yep, potential's going way up. Let's check it over there. The potential. Those skid marks. The skid marks in his pants. Its potential's a 128 right now. No, he has a clean 132 on there. 127.753. Yeah, it slaps 133. So, all right, 127.753 is Nick's fastest lap. I'm nervous for you, Phil. I'm not sure.
The biggest coaching session at the game.
126, 146. Well, that's good as I won back my $100. I'm just kidding. So I showed Phil the lines. I coached him through slowly. I showed him some of the areas that he was having some trouble in. The question is now, can you beat a 127 something? But I'm actually just, can you go sub 130? If you can go sub 130, I'll be happy. Let's do it. All right, focus. Don't talk. I said the two red permits right over it. Remember, stay far right, breaking a straight line. Hey, you followed Nick's trail. Alright, the first lap was a 143. That ain't gonna cut it.
I'll take it, mate.
Straight line. Wait. Turn. Got this. Wait. Turn in. Throttle now. That turn feels like it takes forever, right? Lift. Brake. Turn. Throttle. You're a little late on the throttle for that. That's why it started to spin on you. Straight line, right side. Straight line. Yeah, turn in. Straight line, hold floor. Okay, you're 130.094. You were a potential 127 until the corkscrew. Alright, so that one was a 128.747. But you got really impatient on that one. Okay, this is your fourth lap. Wait. Turn in, throttle. Feel it though? That was funny. How do you feel with the 128?
Dude, I didn't think I could change.
Yeah, you're getting 134 before.
Exactly.
Alright, so I got a 126 something, so this is mine. What was your time? A 127.743. The point is, Phil got sub 130s by nearly 2 seconds, which makes us happy. So there's your $100. And then you get.
Is that your first race winnings, technically?
So he got a Benjamin, and then you get this guy. Who this? I forget who this guy is. You get that guy. I would say the public education system has failed you, but you're private school kid, so
Yeah, no,
don't pay for school, people. All right, that's it. We're done doing videos about this crap, okay? I don't want to do any more videos about this.
Modern gospel, which says, "Give your heart to Jesus," so if you follow, that lays the door open to the enemy, because there's no crying out, "God, be merciful to me, a sinner." There's no genuine repentance.
In this video, we're going to take a look at the new text-based editing tools in Adobe Premiere Pro. So I'm in the import screen, and I'm just going to import a project file of a podcast interview. Now, in the import settings, we can already go to the automatic transcription section and turn that on, and we have a couple options, such as language detection or labeling separate speakers. And if I press create, it will create our new project, and in the text window, which if you don't see that, could go to window text, it will automatically start transcribing our footage. Also, if you didn't automatically transcribe upon import, you could also just choose to begin transcribing from this text window. Once your footage finishes transcribing, you should see in the text window a full text transcription of your entire clip or whatever you chose. And the great part about this now is we can begin editing or searching through our footage as if it was a text document. So if I want to delete, let's say, this part in the middle, just this sentence I didn't like it, or this question we want to
cover the banner, I can get him back if you get it.
I can simply press delete, or I can copy and paste, or lift and extract, and you'll see on my actual timeline, a cut was created there, and it was deleted. So I'll press Command Z to undo. Like I said, you can also lift, which will just lift that segment out, or extract with this button, and that'll lift it as well as close the gap. And then if I want to rearrange
Eric
things,
Black
I can
1194
paste that later,
says,
or paste it into a different section. So this could be especially useful if you're searching for a particular segment of the clip to post a highlight or a short. You can just search through the document.
Eric Black
and find it
1194
like that.
says, don't
There's
go.
also some really cool features that some of them are still in beta and still improvements coming, but if you ever see these ... dots, these are pauses. You can also look for filler words like or and you can choose what to do with them. So I can delete them, and I can delete all of them, or just delete some of them, or just go look at them just to see if that's a pause that I want or I want to remove. And also if there's ever, let's say,
Eric
for
Black
example, it doesn't recognize my
1194
last
says,
name,
go slow.
and I can always just search for any time. Let's just change this to text. I can search for any time that it misspells my last name, and I can just press replace and replace it with my proper spelling of my last name, and press replace or
Eric
replace
Black
all.
1194
And you might
says,
wonder what's the point
run.
of doing that. It doesn't change anything about what's actually being said. But the next really useful and cool thing is we can create captions from our transcription automatically. So if I press the Create Captions button, you can choose the options about your caption and preferences about like the line and character length, how often to split the line. And if I press Create Caption now, it'll create a caption track above my tracks, clip by clip, that I can go through and highlight. So you can see it's automatically writing the captions there, which is something that might have taken hours to do by hand. We're doing it in the click of a button, and it's pretty good, and you can fix those spelling errors, replace, like I said, so putting my name right, I fixed it one time. And you can also highlight any of these clips, go to the Essential Graphics panel, and click Edit, so you can highlight the text, and if you want to use a different font or size, you can do that as well. So this is just making life a lot easier for these sort of footages, talking head or interview style clips. So my name is Justin Odisho. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to stay tuned for all of my future videos, and check out hundreds of more on the playlist on my channel. And also, if you're interested in actually listening to this interview I did a few years back with fellow YouTube creator Daniel Schiffer, then I do have a podcast with several dozens of episodes that you can find on my channel in the playlist Justin Odisho Podcast. So thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Good morning, John. Today here in the U.S. is Black Friday, the day that we turn off our lights between 6 and 7 p.m. to honor all of the sailors lost at sea before the introduction of the U.S. lighthouse service in the 1700s. Is a fact that I wish was true, but it's not. And that would be lovely, though. Something like that. But no, instead it's like one day we're like, I'm so grateful for what I have, and then the next day it's like, I gotta get more stuff. Of course, holiday shopping is not about getting more for yourself, it's about getting some stuff for people you love. So I'm not saying it's bad, but it is weird, and also it's not weird because it turns out that Thanksgiving is on the day that it is for shopping reasons. You think you know. It's weirder than that. Early in the history of the U.S., we had a holiday that we no longer have. It's called Evacuation Day, and it happened on the last Thursday of November. It's the day that the British left this country for good. So the first they did, which they do now, largely to shop. Eventually, Thanksgiving kind of took over for Evacuation Day completely, and in most states, it was the last day of November, which Lincoln
Eric
decided
Black
would be
1194 says,
after the Civil War was over, destruction happened. Everyone indeed celebrated Thanksgiving on the last day of November. Now, if you are clever and from America, you will note that's not when we are celebrating Thanksgiving this year. This year, it's the second to last Thursday in November. But some years, it is the last Thursday in November.
You want me to try to even craft you back there?
Oh boy! Roosevelt decided all on his own that Thanksgiving should be the second to last Thursday in November to give people more time to shop before Christmas. And he decided to let America know about this on October 31st. He was like, yo, this is great. It's going to be November tomorrow. Thanksgiving is going to be on a different day than you thought. Happy Halloween! Trick or treat! People hated this. Now, a lot of people
Eric
really
Black
loved
1194
FDR were like,
says,
we'll give it to
run
you. But
Forest
most
Rule
people
UMP.
hated this. Like 70% of the country was like, why would you do that, especially on such short notice? Especially opposed to it were all the people who hated FDR, which they were many. They indeed mockingly called it Franksgiving, after Franklin Delano Roosevelt, his main Republican challenger, the guy who ran against him, said that he had sprung this on an unprepared country with, quote, the omnipotence of a Hitler. So those people very much wanted to keep Thanksgiving where it was, the last Thursday in November. That also didn't happen. Because of this entirely unhinged Franksgiving situation, a bunch of different states started celebrating Thanksgiving at different times, and Congress actually had to step in and say, okay, we're gonna make a compromise, and that's gonna be the most confusing of all possible options. Thanksgiving will not be the last Thursday of the month, or the second to last Thursday of the month. It'll be the fourth Thursday of the month. I'm 43 years old. I'm still confused about that. I'm like, how could it be the 23rd this year when it was the 28th last? That doesn't make any sense. So Thanksgiving can happen anywhere between the 22nd and the 28th of November, which I find annoying. This new rule gave us a few more days of the Christmas season. But it does turn out that FDR was at least like a little bit right, because on years where there are more days between Thanksgiving and Christmas, employment numbers in the US at least significantly increased. So yeah, for a little while there was a separate Thanksgiving for Republicans and Democrats. Adorable. Very American of you, America. And that is why Black Friday is today and not a week from now. Which it would have been if FDR hadn't got his bright idea. But it is Black Friday, and I should tell you that at Good Dot Store we already donate 100% of our profit to charity. So look, you don't need to use a discount code. There you can find my cancer socks, which I'm also wearing right now, and all the money from those goes to make access to cancer treatment more equitable. There are still 2 Garfields a day going out in those. If you don't know what that means, that's fine. Good Dot Store also offers the amazing Awesome Coffee Club and Sunbasin Soap. Sunbasin Soap has several holiday boxes priced from $25 to $99. You can do a lot of holiday shopping at Good Dot Store, and if you go over $75, shipping will be free. Another nice gift, or just nice thing to have for yourself, is a calendar, and Complexly has done 4 of them. We have our James Webb Space Telescope, our microphotography from Microcosmos, the delightful illustrations of bizarre beasts, and the Eons calendar of some of your early ancestors. Those do have a 10% discount right now if you use the code SAVETHEDATE, because that's cute, right? And final thing, I finally did the 2022 Nerdfighteria census. Been a little busy this year, so I didn't get around to it until now, but it was really fun and lovely, and it is uploaded on Hank's channel. John, I'll see you on Tuesday.
I'm tired. I'm tired when I get up, when I'm working, when I'm eating, when I'm having fun. The only time I'm not tired is when I should be asleep. I don't know what's going on, but it needs to stop. So, I'm finally ditching my phone, finding a better way to wake up, and talking with a sleep scientist to figure it out. Thank you to Hostinger for sponsoring a portion of this video, and to our patrons for supporting the channel. So I think I know what's causing my problem. I think you know what's causing my problem. But maybe
Whoa!
it's a problem. Have you ever considered that? I get tired
It's not
of
even the
achieving mediocrity. I just go to bed at 11 p.m. and then use my phone until 2 a.m. when I literally can't hold my eyes open anymore. And then
Go
I
to
wake
that.
up at 7
Go
a.m.
down,
to
slide down the
an
side.
alarm, and then I start
By the
using my phone
bathroom,
again.
there's
What's
a
wrong with
big
that?
wall that has
Turns out,
a ton of tools on it.
if you use
Pegboard.
Google Scholar and try to find a
Yeah,
relationship
there's like if you
between
just
phone
go
and
where you're
sleep,
playing
it's exactly what
on
you
the
said.
far end of that
Not
wall.
good. But how
Oh, here I'm
bad
coming
is
because I'm about to die.
I picked up this pop science book, which I thought would answer a lot of my questions, but it really just had me asking a new one.
For you.
We've already seen so many early Black Friday deals. Are we getting anything new as we actually hit Black Friday? Let's take a look today. Now,
No. Chelsea Mia.
The job is simple. Land on the planet, get as much loot as we can, and then sell it off to the corporate overlords so we don't get ejected into space. There's only one problem. The company paired me with some questionable individuals. One doesn't speak English, the other is IShowSpeed's oldest fan, and the last one doesn't even have a mic. Oh god, I'm screwed. Welcome to Lethal Company. A game that, if you don't have any friends, you'll have to keep joining random servers hoping that they speak the same language as you.
Bob, no, Bob, stop it. Stop it.
Lethal Company is a game you've seen a million times before. It features exploring dark complexes for keys like SCP Containment Breach. You usually have to stay close to your squad like GTFO or end up being picked off one by one unless someone in your team is a complete god sweat. And it also has unique monsters which you have to approach differently by buying various equipment like Phasmophobia. Although in that game you're kind of slowly deducing what you're facing against, and in Lethal Company you can just jump on the railing until the bad thing goes away. Well, it was until everyone started doing it and then they patched it out. But strangely enough, for as many comparisons as this game gets, there's one that people really overlook. Darkwood. Now, the two games, side by side, they look nothing alike. One is a top-down simulation of the average day in Poland, and the other is fully first-person, and has in-game technology completely unheard of even in modern Poland. But this is where they meet, because both of them flat-out refuse to hold your hand. I mean, okay, sure, you'll get the occasional tip in both games, like how in Darkwood you'll be told to take shelter during the night before the big bad monsters come out, but in Lethal Company, you're not even told about that until you hang around too long. And then the world's shortest Dutchman grabs you and eats you alive. This game was made by a fairy, by the way. The only real source of information is the computer the company has generously provided you with. But it only tends to give you information after you've already encountered something. So unless you've met a game like a wriggly little worm and checked the wiki before every time you play the scary game, you're basically going to go in blind. Both of these games rely on trial and error to learn how to survive, with you learning a little bit more how everything functions each time you die. However, that being said, in Darkwood you might have mistimed an enemy attack, so now you took damage, but you'll know their pattern better for next time. But in Lethal Company, you died because it was completely 100% not your fault, and some random moron you got paired up with started running around alerting every single enemy in the vicinity just because you picked up a funny wall.
That's where we landed.
Or attempted to run through the extremely obvious beeping landmine when you're trying to sneak past. Like, come on, you couldn't have made that more obvious.
What the fuck is that? There's something down the fucking hole.
It's easy to chalk up Lethal Company as another hype game that the Zoomers and your favourite Easter egg will be streaming the next year until the content well has completely dried up. Just a reminder, remember that whole Among Us IQ plays trend?
What the hell are you doing?
Years ago now. But Lethal Company has a lot going for it that makes it stand out. First of all, it's incredibly accessible. Once you ask Mom to give her the credit card and jump over that $10 asking price, the game has comedically low specifications to get it running. Which is why games like CSGO are still insanely popular. Never doubt the tenacity of Eastern Europeans on potato PCs. The game doesn't even have any graphics settings, which was a shock for me because usually playing on PC, you'll get a game 2 years later than people on console, just to see that they added something that only people on the PC Master Race subreddit care about. Wow, the grass has shadows now, and it only takes up 90% of my GPU to load a single blade. And most importantly, it's a multiplayer game. Everyone loves those. And playing a game online can go one of two ways. Either you have friends and you get a stable lobby with people you can at least assume are sane, or you can join a lobby with people you've never met before and probably will never meet again in your life and make some real human connections. You speak. You'll argue together. You fucking piece of shit! What is it? What's me for? Scream together. Go! What the fuck? Why are they chasing me? And probably, due to lack of coordination, fail to meet the quota and get sucked into space, which is not an Among Us reference, I think. To be fair, what you'll usually find
Hello?
in zombies is whoever dies first, running off on their own, completely
What's
their own
up?
fault, will end up being killed.
I mean, they're not terrible, but they're not good. They're not gonna win this.
Cowards. The only way to
They'll
avoid
keep-
your inevitable fate is by collecting scrap.
They'll keep it close, and then by the fourth quarter, they'll blow us out.
Industrialized moves to meet your profit quota. You'll quickly notice the aesthetic of the game is
time is it?
retro-futuristic, an anticipation of what people thought the future would look like. Combining the two together, like this image I stole from Wikipedia.
What?
So many screens.
This is my stream. This is my game. This is my Bears game. Oh fuck! I just died. This is the stream going out. This is the stream live. That's going out to like 4 different places.
Do people watch that?
Some people.
Yeah, man. It's quite a setup, dude.
Yep.
Well. Who's that?
I cracked an enemy. Come on, I
Oh my god, my team just kept me alive. Stop playing there for a second. They got me.
How often do you sleep?
As much as I can. Sometimes 7 days a week, sometimes 2 days a week. Yeah, it depends on where I'm going and how, whether I'm out of town or not. But I mean, like this week, I'm going to try to at least sleep here Monday and Tuesday, and then I don't know what they've got for me for the rest of the week, but I know that if I'm going to, like, somewhere close by in Illinois, I'm not fucking not sleeping. I'm not sleeping somewhere else, even if it was 2 hours to get home.
Yeah.
Just because I spend so much time outside of that away.
Well, I totally forgot to bring one pedal that I wanted.
Well, you can come back whenever.
Come back and try the pedal out.
Yeah, come back whenever. I'm going to try and get some of that cleaned up, but I know that this weekend I've got to put in that water system that's on the floor in the kitchen. I'm going to try to do that this weekend upcoming. Then I got a desk that's coming to replace that little plastic desk that's in the kitchen. I'm probably going to set those two things up. I probably won't get more shit done than that. I may, if I get time, bring some of those plastic bins and shit and put them in the attic.
Yeah.
And then try and organize all that filament, but...
How do you get up to the attic? It's got stairs?
No, that's what that little... So that ladder that's right there, usually that ladder's in my... That ladder used to be in my frickin' garage, but I've leaned it up against that wall, so now I need to repaint that wall again, because it's scratched that wall so many times.
So anything big you have to take out by hand. All those grow boxes and shit, or did they break down?
The what?
Those grow.
Oh yeah, they break down. Yeah, I basically broke them down and then rolled them up like wrestling mats, and so they were like kind of. And then I put like plastic wrap around them, so they were like. I mean, they were kind of heavy, but they weren't. They spread out. They weren't too bad.
Super heavy shit up there.
No, exactly. Yeah. I mean, like I brought my computer case boxes, but that's like the biggest shit that I can bring up there.
Yeah, a lot of projects, man.
I got that total gym in the downstairs that's just sitting in the box. I need to set up. That's why I needed to clean all that whole area up, because I want to try to basically, if I can get that whole area cleaned up, then that should leave a big open space to be able to set that total gym up, and then basically folds down and folds back up. So you can just fucking fold it up, put it in the corner, break it out, set it up, work out, fold it back up.
Even if you just get your drums set up, not even like recording stuff, but if you get
Well, that's the thing. I need to get all that area cleaned, and then I need to put new heads on my drums. So that's like a whole weekend project right there. Pulling all the heads off, putting new heads on, tuning them, setting everything back up. So it's like I'm like fucking weeks away, but then also I like this weekend. Once I fucking had this fucking party, I didn't want to like come home and do a bunch more work because I felt like I was at work for fucking all day Friday, like because even though it's a work party, it's like it's not really a party, It's like I feel like I'm obligated to be there. If I didn't have an obligation to be there, I probably would not have been there.
Evo shield here.
all right. Well, if you want to Skate sometime.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to go
They
play.
still do that Friday night thing?
I need to go play rat hockey or something before I go
Yeah.
try and play a game or something.
Listen up,
You
I'm
ever go
calling
back to
a
that Friday
lifeline
night thing?
package in.
I will. I gotta call Tom.
See those dudes playing some of the
Yep. I mean, like all those guys are from here. Tom lives in Addison, you know, so. But I don't think he knows that I moved because last time I was still working at I was first working at Ecolab, then I was working at American Dream. That's why I stopped going because I was working every Friday so fucking long that like half the time I wouldn't get home till after 10 o'clock. It's like there was no way for me to get home, get from Geneva back out to Addison. But now that I live here, sometimes I'm still not home by 10 o'clock on fucking Fridays.
Yeah, it's what, 3 minutes to the ring?
Yeah. No, it's literally right down the street to the left on Grace, or on Grace. Literally, you go right here, you go to, what's that street, starts with an A, Armitage? That's right there. You go right on Armitage, you go like a quarter, not even a quarter mile, and you make a left-hand turn, and then the rink is right there to the left.
Recharging my shields.
I haven't been to that bar for a while either. Have you been to that bar?
Which one?
At the
In the ring?
yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, because I used to go there all the time because they used to have hot ass girls that worked there.
Some nights we're in the season where all our games are like 10:30 or 10:40 or 10:50, you know?
Hold on,
So
I need
the bar's
to
pretty
heal.
dead most of the time that I
Deploying a
see it,
respawn
but,
beacon.
Yeah, it's still there.
Evo shield here. Level 3.
Alright, well, thanks for letting me catch you out.
Ooh, I feel good.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Shall we? Charging my shields, cuzzy. Quit pissing around. Move here. Go in here. You lot, getting behind.
Stay together, stay together.
Let's head that way. Yeah, seen of the beat.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
5. The red shield is cracked. Ain't shooting me. Take here. Replicator on its way down. Shattered an enemy shield. Reloading. Take here. Wait, it's your lucky day. I got you. Taking fire. Damn it, that hurt. I'm down. Rings nearby. 1 minute till close. Rings not dead.
Dirt says, great time to be AFK.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. My friend was leaving my house.
Patch me up, Dirt. Seconds till close. We
Dirt
can.
says, okay, you good.
No, I'm not.
I have a citrine gem in my pocket for good luck. Also, I'm much better at this than you.
Mobile respawn beacon here.
Warning, ring closing. Attention, delivering.
Media showing a train that could fly. Did boomers really believe this stuff? There won't be any high-tech screens or neon lights like the USG Ishimura or Sprawl from Dead Space. The game is much more subtle. Like I said, the graphics of the game are incredibly basic, having this visual style that isn't quite as basic as the PlayStation 1, but nowhere near as advanced as the PlayStation 2. Another game that looks similar graphics-wise is Golden Light, and that even had a somewhat similar gameplay loop of trying to find loot and get out. Although that game has a revolver and Lethal Company doesn't. You can also eat the revolver, but the less I say about that game, the better. Lethal Company takes a more dystopian approach to the retro-futuristic aesthetic. The world, while not as isolated as Iron Lung, for example, still feels very claustrophobic. The only real friendly zones in the game are your ship and the company building, neither of which have any human presence apart from you and your subhuman teammates. The only real friendly NPC you meet is this tentacle who collects all the junk that you sell to the company, although his real interaction happens when you ring the bell too many times. The best thing is about the bell, by the way, it gives PTSD to pretty much every new player, instantly making sure they will never even attempt to touch the bell again. Another reason why Lethal Company is so successful is because the gameplay loop is just so simple. Now, I love in-depth quests as much as the next person. You've probably seen how Baldur's Gate won Game of the Year, or the 350th video essay on Fallout New Vegas, and you recommend it, but Lethal Company has no quests apart from filling all of your pockets with loot and then getting out. And maybe, just maybe, if you get enough loot to hit the quota, you can treat yourself and the crew to a romantic dinner table. Did you know I'm utterly insane? Now, this is a survival horror game, and it comes with the typical quirks you can think of. You can sprint the equivalent of something I'd commission running out of breath, with sprinting basically being your only early game survival tool. Your inventory space is incredibly limited to 4 slots. That also includes items you bring in with you, like flashlights or walkie-talkies. And if you pick up something large enough, you'll have to two-hand it, which means you can't pick up anything else or switch to any other items you have, meaning you're basically dead weight, so your team will have to navigate you towards the exit. Pro tip, by the way, if you ever pick up something two-handed, make sure to fill up the rest of your inventory with smaller stuff so you've got the maximum carrying capacity. The problem is this will definitely add to your total weight, so the more that you carry, the shorter you can sprint, to the point that you can't even climb ladders or even jump. Movement is everything in this game, because one of the few hints you're given not in the game but on the Steam page is to navigate and escape each planet before night falls, and trust me, you do not want to be around when that happens. And this is the cool gameplay loop. It's risk and reward. I remember playing Team Fortress 2, and it's exactly how Valve explained the spy class in that game.
His invisibility cloak is designed to help him in 2 key situations. The first is in getting past the front line, where players are most vigilant against enemies and most suspicious of friends not heading in the right direction.
The spy is one of the most satisfying classes to play as because he has the help of the Q-tip, but if you manage to fool the enemy and get a sneaky backstab, even 16 years after the game came out, it's so satisfying. The same can be said about Lethal Company. Do you want to explore deeper into the complex to try and find more loot? But if you do, you risk being mauled to death, having your neck snapped, being blown away by a shotgun, stepping on a mine, and being eaten by a sandworm from the film where everyone has glowing blue eyes. And the layout of each facility changes every visit. When you load into a map, you'll be given a randomly generated seed, so you can never be sure about enemy placements or where to go, even for the best loot. It keeps the game fresh and the atmosphere tense on every run. The risk never really lowering, even with experience. Zeekers, the creator of Lethal Company, actually started up on Roblox, creating a horror game called Silent Dark. Now, horror games on Roblox are definitely a mixed bag. I'm sure many of you know cult classics like Cheese Escape, where you have to collect 9 pieces of cheese while running away from a giant rat. You might say it's a copy of Slender the 8 Pages, but first of all, there's no cheese in Slender, so clearly it's superior in every single way. Looking at the gameplay of Silent Dark, it looks like a spin-off to the beloved Granny franchise. But keep in mind, Zeekers was around 14 when this came out, so it's clear he's always had a passion for game development, even if the game just looks like Granny without the shotgun. Since 2019, the original version of the game is no longer functional. The only way to play it now being a remake in 2021 made by a different creator. Eventually, he moved over to itch.io, probably so he could experiment on new games without the limitations of the Roblox game engine. He first uploaded a game called Too Many Actors, and it's pretty basic. I mean, no microtransactions, no day one patches. It was more a test to see if he could make a game outside the Roblox engine. Amazingly, it still feels more engaging than Starfield, and lets you fly around without putting a loading screen every 5 seconds. The first game he made with a similar aesthetic to Lethal Company was Steals. Now, this was actually a pretty popular game, with many Easter eggs playing through it and doing the soy face when the scary thing happened. Now, despite it sounding like a streamer bait game, it actually had a lot of depth to it. You'd run around a maze collecting items while trying to avoid a monster. Wait, isn't that the cheese game I explained 3 minutes ago? Well, what made the game different was the enemies you'd encounter and the tools you were given to fend them off, which is something that Lethal Company would heavily expand upon with its enemy roster and item shop. The first monster you encounter is called Legs. This bizarre creature with a square head, red glowing eyes, incredibly long legs, and also a human nose for some reason. Shining your flashlight on Legs will either make it retreat into an aid, giving you time to finish collecting items, or it might become enraged, giving you the prompt to get out before he catches you. And if he chases you for a second time, he'll be faster than you, so pretty much always a game over. So you can't just purposely try to find him to fend him off with your flashlight. When you've nearly collected every item, he'll even try to disguise himself as an orb that you need to collect, changing his eyes to blue and making the sound that orbs do. The next mode, you're being chased by Legs again, but now you only have a camera flash to fend him off. On top of that, in this mode, he's always faster than you, forcing you to use the flash often. In 2021, he released Dead Seater, which looks and plays incredibly similarly to early survival horror games like Alone in the Dark, with fixed camera angles usually overlooking the character like he's being watched. The game's enemies would give you a unique game over screen, which reminded me...
Oh, you're talking to me here. I can cue you, bitch.
Which in of itself is a
I can.
adventure game.
I ain't Bubba.
It
What the
quite a
fuck?
unique animation depending on whatever kills you, like being impaled, forgetting to moisturize, or being sucked out into space.
Did I touch a soft spot there, buddy?
Afterwards, he uploaded a quick project called
You a
Make a
Bubba.
Wish. It's incredibly short, only around 3 minutes long, but it plays exactly like those early first-person adventure games where you basically teleport around pre-rendered areas, looking for clues and picking up items. Except here, the only item you interact with is a candle, where a wolf jumps up on a table and blows it out for you. It's a play on how pre-rendered exploration games would always include these FMVs of characters moving around, which would be terrifying, especially if you spent the entire game looking at still images. One of the last games Zekas worked on before Lethal Company was the Upset, where you had to explore this huge sprawling hotel, which out of all of his games has the biggest similarity to Lethal Company. Now, a lot of people have been quick to point out that Zekas is a furry, and because of that, it retroactively removes any enjoyment that they've had from anything he's made, which, yep, is a fair point. But also, Lethal Company has made around $28 million already, and is currently outselling Call of Duty. Lethal Company is half the price of a Nicki Minaj skin, and also having 80% of its content recycled from previous games. The first time you boot up Lethal Company, you'll hear the pre-recorded voice message from your corporate overlords.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your time.
Skipping any boring, probably important legal details. More interested in making a quirky beat, if anything.
And I just want to tell you I know how to beatbox. Great, fast, great, fast.
When you start some games, you might be given a choice on what your character is going to be. Class types having advantages and disadvantages. Even that dog shit game the day before had a class system, although by the time this video comes out, the player base is going to be more dead than Jacob in Mass Effect 2 after being let go into the vents. Punishment for the crime of being possibly the blandest squad mate in the entire franchise. By the way, quick update on that. The day before was actually so bad, the developers had to close the entire studio while I was making this video. Just 4 days after the game released, which should probably tell you everything you need to know about that game. GGED, knuckleheads! Now, despite the class systems being common in 4-player co-op games, like for example Dark Tide or Deep Rock Galactic, you will find none of that here. Everyone starts off at rock bottom.
Go back and grab my stuff, you think?
And the only tangible progression being made by...
Don't you think we're about to get destroyed by this team across the way looking at us?
System, but it is pointless, by the way. Now, I'm not talking like Call of Duty prestige and pointless. It is entirely pointless. At least with the old cards, when you press these, you could like brag about it in the lobby. But all this does is show a nameplate on your suit, and is only really there so you can bully people who join as an intern.
Little man, little baby man, little baby man.
Now, the game does have difficulties, but they're more like hidden difficulties. That being normal, hard mode, and random. Normal mode is playing with friends. I mean, you know each other. You maybe can even strategize and reliably work as a team, and you probably won't end up hating each other by the end of your run. Then there's hard mode, where you have no friends and you play the game entirely on your own. This is probably the closest Lethal Company turns into an actual survival horror game, because the moments of pure terror won't be intersected by people screaming like Scooby-Doo characters every time. Then there's Randy Random, a name I'm stealing from Ringworld. Even though the two games are nothing alike, they both have a difficulty where you can completely steamroll the entire game, or have a catastrophic mission failure in the first 5 minutes that is totally out of your control. This is what happens when you go to the server browser and join the first game you see. With the game having over 100,000 concurrent players, there's so many servers to join, like Netherlands servers that call you gay if they hear you speak English. Chris Hansen still performing deep cover sting operations.
What did you bring with you tonight?
And female crews.
Not a very smart move, Bubba.
The latter, of course, you'll always want to join, find the nearest shotgun, and then chalk it up as a workplace accident. If you didn't gather already, the game has endless opportunities for trolling your fellow employees, from friendly fire, baiting an eyeless dog, an enemy attracted to sound, to one of your teammates, and then talking to them on the walkie-talkie, instantly aggroing God's softest mannered pitbull onto them for a free one-shot kill. You can also just close the door in their face when they're trying to run away, but be prepared to face your sins, as there is never just one enemy that spawns in the facility. Some found items
well, that's great. Why the fuck why doesn't he grab that fucking ledge? That's unbelievable. That's fucking unbelievable. You're garbage, bitch.
Drawing the attention of pretty much every enemy that isn't dead. And God forbid one of your teammates finds the air horn. A forsaken weapon of mass destruction. Now, I'm convinced that Zeke's added stuff like this just to fuck with people, making anybody who picks it up into a complete menace. Yes!
1736. I can't do much more of that.
You heard about the guy suing Dunkin' Donuts because their toilet exploded while he was shitting on it? Yeah, there's no video or anything. I also just feel like he's lying. He probably pooped himself and came up with a convenient excuse and then overflowed the toilet is my guess, but here, I'll pull it up. Since a lot of people keep asking about it. That's my theory, at least. Last I saw, there was no actual evidence of a toilet explosion. Waterman is seeking $50,000 in damages after he said a toilet at Dunkin' exploded and covered him in debris, feces, and urine. He alleges he visited the men's room at Winter Park Dunkin' outside of Orlando on January 6, 2022. The commode erupted, leaving the plaintiff in the loo covered in its contents. That's a really sophisticated way of describing a toilet blowing up. After the incident, the plaintiff said he sought help from employees who told him they were aware of the issues as prior incidents had occurred. How often is this toilet exploding? It's like an active volcano? You can't even just maybe put a sign up saying out of service? He's seeking $50,000 in damages from HZO Donuts, operating as Dunkin' location, formerly known as Dunkin' Donuts, on account of their alleged negligence, according to the lawsuit filed by the attorney. As a direct result of the defendant's breach and/or multiple breaches of its duties and obligations to the plaintiff, who was lawfully on defendant's premises, plaintiff unwittingly became the victim of the exploding toilet and the aftermath, which followed and sustained damages, including injuries, emotional, and mental distress. There'd have to be pictures, right? Prior incidents. That was surprising to hear, but again, I don't think it's actually an exploding toilet. Like, I don't think the porcelain, exploded like a fragmentation grenade going off. Like, it didn't just have this... I don't think it was like a Halo explosion when you throw a frag, is what I'm saying. Like, maybe, like, some water bubbled over and maybe covered his butt a bit, is my guess. Because I just can't imagine, like, all of a sudden it would be like a bomb. I'm gonna see if there's any photos of it. Even in the initial lawsuit, the lawsuit's all public right here. Even in the lawsuit, there's no Exhibit A or anything. Like, surely you'd take a picture. Or, even better, there'd be CCTV footage from the cameras in Duncan. So we could see him covered in poop. But maybe he put an injunction to bar that from the evidence since it's embarrassing, perhaps. But if he really did explode, then may God have mercy. Hope he wins. He claims he suffered bodily injury. Well, he could have. Having a bunch of strangers' waste cover you can make you sick. Or it's like the debris.
Introducing your champion.
What in the fuck?
You don't want to see this up close, skin bag.
Move there, tank.
He's referring to as parts of the toilet hitting you that could hurt. Maybe bruise you. Apparently in the lawsuit, he said the incident made him experience a loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life. Okay, I've got to pull up the lawsuit myself here because it's all public. Let's see. That is I mean, if you get covered in a Dunkin' Donuts exploded toilet, maybe you would lose all enjoyment in life. Let's see where it would be. Plaintiff requires mental health care and counseling as a direct result of the trauma experienced in the restroom at defendant's business and from the continuing trauma following the event. Oh. As a direct and proximate result of the negligence of defendant, plaintiff suffered bodily injury and psychological damages resulting in pain and suffering, disability, permanent and significant emotional injury, mental anguish, loss of the capacity for the enjoyment of life, expense of medical care and treatment. The injuries and damages are either permanent or continuing in nature, and plaintiff will suffer losses in the future. Man, with a statement like that, why are you suing for only $50K? Go for fucking $50 million. The loss of the enjoyment of life. Maybe the ceramic shattered into his sensitive areas. But that's what I was saying. If pieces of there's no pictures of the toilet explosion, but the way they describe it actually makes it sound like a missile. So if there were parts of the toilet that started blasting him, then yeah, I guess that could cause, like, disability or permanent injury. No, this isn't the Epstein stuff. This is a poopy toilet explosion stuff. Bro's gonna be having nightmares specifically about the Dunkin' Donuts toilet. According to the lawsuit, he's having a lot more than just nightmares. I really wish there was footage, well, not footage, a picture of the aftermath. I want to know what a toilet explosion looks like at Dunkin' Donuts here. Like, that can't be common. Oh, here's the exploding toilet meme. I guess it could be like this. But I think this was planned, right? It didn't just happen. Like, they put firecrackers or something in it, if I remember correctly. So I don't think the Dunkin' employees pranked him.
A certain brand of toilet has been exploded, and it's no laughing matter.
Don't think about your children dying in the bathroom.
Find out if you're sitting on a time bomb. Tonight at 10.
Patches you up good. Shield and health.
Whoa. I did not expect that. That was hard-hitting journalism right there. That got me hooked. This was 7 years ago. Did we survive? Did we make it out? Is the toilet defeated? Or is it still in circulation? How often do toilets explode spontaneously?
There's one there. You see, it blew it completely off, and you see all the shrapnel, the sharp pieces of porcelain.
Pictures, reports, even you.
So this is like the tank, though. It's not the whole toilet itself.
After my son went to the restroom.
Because my children sat on that toilet.
Watchmate manufactures the pressure vessel, designed to flush so powerfully you don't have to flush twice. But the we told you.
Cancel that.
That's a really cool statement. I feel like most toilets are designed to flush so you don't have to flush more than once. I don't think that's specific to just this brand. If you're flushing twice, then you had a big moment in there. You had a lot of business to take care of. I don't think that's super unique. Usually it doesn't try and get everything in waves, usually all at once.
3 million of the devices after getting reports.
You'll never have to flush again in your life. True.
People thought it the burps. But with a leak like this, he says it could have exploded in a public place with stronger water pressure.
Case in point, perhaps Paul, the Dunkin' Donuts poo-poo toilet exploding victim, was a victim of one of these. Maybe they had one of these toilets in the facility and that's what blew up. So maybe he wasn't like a geyser of feces and urine. Maybe
Sulfuron
he had just
says,
shit.
wait to 10
This
and we
blew
go
up,
berserk.
He panicked and then like all these pieces start hitting the water and splashing poop and urine on him.
Emanilk says, KK.
Post the affected serial numbers on our website.
Maybe this just saves some people in chat's life. If you have one of these toilets, or maybe you should check if you have one of these toilets just in case.
Where are we going?
Imagine there's one guy in chat right now.
There's people who are like southeast.
Wait, I have one of those. I don't have a low flow device. I don't have a low flow toilet. Oh god.
If we're
He's
holding
sprinting to the bathroom, but he doesn't get there in time. It just blows
Southeast?
He's sitting back from the shockwave.
Yeah, southeast. They're kind of moving towards.
That's
southwest
that
now.
way.
You can get $18 million
Yeah.
though. Oh, from the class action.
They were southeast. Now they're kind of moving west.
I mean, I guess maybe this is plausible for what happened to Paul here.
Let's say like
But I don't think it would
195
cover
if you want
you
a degree
in
mark.
the contents
Kinda
of
hard
it.
to tell.
Not based on those explosions, since
Yeah,
there's
right
an
up here.
tank.
I'm
Either way,
hauling off. I don't
interesting
want to get
case.
spotted.
Good luck, Paul.
for
I hope you win.
Playing slow for now.
I don't think that's what happened because employees said it happened to other customers before. Oh, good point.
I
Yeah,
can
that
smoke
theory
them.
wouldn't work because apparently the employees said that other customers had experienced something similar. Like it wasn't the first time. You're right. Why didn't the other customers sue?
Yeah, these guys below us are
Probably too tired. Maybe first thing in the morning.
close.
They went to Dunkin', got covered in poop, and they're like, whatever.
Although if we let their fight
Going
play
home.
out, it'll be 11.
I have no idea. I don't know how this happened more than once. There's
There we go.
another Florida toilet explosion from 2019 after a woman's toilet blew up after lightning struck her septic.
Oh, they're still fighting people on our left. So there's
After-
another team further deeper in the
Lightning
ship.
struck her septic tank, sparking the methane gas
Yeah, we
inside
should watch
and
this
blowing the toilet up into pieces.
I mean, we
That
can
is a
fail.
sign. That is absolutely some kind of divine moment of smiting, if you will.
Yo, you guys might want to get up to me.
Jeepers.
1 minute.
Or not. I'm dead. They're gonna push to me.
Give a little no.
I don't know what you waited all back there to keep the low ground. When I just took the high ground on them, pushed 3 of them back. I can't really do it alone. Now I'm dead. Now they're on top. Now they have the high ground for sure.
Like if you're gonna dive,
A mistaken weapon of mass destruction. Now, I'm convinced that Zeke's added stuff like this just to fuck with people, making anybody who
Sulfuron
picks it
says,
up into a
run.
complete menace.
Sulfuron says, 11.
No joke, it's probably the biggest one-ender in lobbies.
Sulfuron says, will you move out? Sulfuron says, Jasper, J and Lex.
Random monsters to camp the
Well, you better buy storage
Sulfuron
now
says,
before it's too late. Let's talk about it. Before that, this video is brought to you by VIPCDKdeals.com. CDK Deals is a website dedicated to getting you the best prices on games and software, and right now you can get a Windows 10 Pro or Windows Key for an insanely low price. Just find the best price and apply my special discount code GPC20 for an additional 30% off. You can also check out securely with PayPal, and once the payment is cleared, you should get access to the code both in your account as well as in your email. In order to activate the new copy of Windows 10, just search Activate under Windows and type in your key. So if you want to learn more, be sure to click the link in the description below. Okay, so if you've been paying attention to the PC market, you might have noticed that storage is at basically an all-time low in terms of its price to performance.
All the way
I mean,
back
I've
to the
never seen
beginning.
anything
You
like
can
this
craft
before,
us
and
and then
during
get us
Black
up
Friday,
there,
the
probably.
prices for storage on
You can die now.
M.2 SSDs was absolutely wild. I mean, you were getting like way less than 10 cents a gig on some really good drives, and that still holds true to this day. However, guys, I have some bad news that might actually make you want to purchase some SSDs now, as I know I certainly will be probably today or tomorrow purchasing as many SSDs as I need, as it looks like
We're gonna need to recraft. Oh, you got both of them?
skyrocketing. Now, this information comes from a WCCF Tech article, and here's what they have to say right in the title. Quote, SSD prices to skyrocket by 50% in 2024 as manufacturers implement large-scale price bumps. And if we scroll down, you can see here, they do expand upon this by saying TLC NAND pricing has increased by 120% over the last 2 years.
Do you want us?
Prices to become expensive going into 2024. It's highlighted by Chinese industry experts that the SSD market is ready to combat with negative financial results that have been pouring in for the past several quarters. After an aggressive wave of production cutdowns, manufacturers have started to increase NAND flash memory pricing, and they have already taken into effect. And I will have the whole article linked in the description below if you want to learn more, but we do have to ask the question, is this really going to happen? And I'm going to say, kinda, yeah, I think it will. Now, is it going to go up in price by 50%? Only time will tell, but I do actually suspect we will be seeing a massive increase in terms of pricing overall on SSDs, and the reason why is because they've just been way too low in terms of price for these companies. Not for us, of course. I'd like to see it lower and lower every day, but for them it's been way too low for way too long, and they've clearly been overproducing these SSDs, and now they've decided to cut down production, and this is going to impact the pricing. So that's why I'm telling you guys that right now, at least I'm definitely going to be going ahead and purchasing any SSDs I think I'm going to need, and I would suggest if you're watching this video that you do the same, and I will have
They're going to be coming up the zip line
affiliate links in the description below that I do highly suggest you go ahead and click on to save you guys some time, and I will highlight a couple of options for you in the 1, 2, and 4 terabyte categories to give you an idea of just how good it is right now, because let's be honest guys, what's the risk here? I mean, if you don't buy now, maybe prices go up by 50%, and depending on how much you're buying, that could be a lot. I mean, let's say you're buying 10 $200 drives, well, if they all go up to $300, we're talking about $1,000 difference. But if you're just buying, you know, one drive at maybe $50, not a big deal. So it's really going to depend on your situation, but the risk in the opposite way would be, you know, maybe you buy one now and maybe they drop in price $5 per drive. Yeah, that's not too much of a risk in terms of purchasing now, but let's go ahead and take a look at these. So in the 1 terabyte category, I do actually see a $48 Gen 3 M.2 SSD, and by the way, buying over a Gen 3 SSD, you're not going to see too much of an improvement, and you're definitely not going to be seeing, at least right now, with the current Gen 5 SSDs, really any improvement over Gen 4, as the whole issue with the current SSDs is not the, you know, going from 7 to 14 gigabytes per second read and write. That's not going to actually have any noticeable improvements in your day-to-day life. However, going to something like Optane that has lower latency, that actually might significantly improve some of the things you do. It really depends on what you do. So that's why I suggest either Gen 3 or Gen 4. And there is also Gen 4 1 terabyte one that I saw for $75. To get an idea that sometimes it can be significantly more expensive to go for the newer generation drives. You're not going to see much of an improvement. However, on the 2 terabyte front, I did find a $99 Gen 4 Crucial and a $100 Gen 4 Team Group
a little bit of ammo
as well. And again, $100 for 2 terabytes, that's really, really good. And then in the 4 terabyte category, we're talking $180 for a Team Group Gen 3 option and $215 for a Gen 4 Crucial. So as you can see, tons of options that I'll have linked in the description below for really, really good prices if you're interested. But if not, hey, that's totally fine. But do be aware that there is a chance prices could be going up. Hope it doesn't happen, but this article is telling the truth. then yeah, I'm probably going to be buying some SSDs. If you made it to the end of the video, be sure to drop a like. Every time you do so, AMD and NVIDIA release new GPUs. Also, if you want to see more, check out one of these related videos. You won't be disappointed.
This guy might be solo.
I'm tired. I'm tired when I get up.
After all the products Apple served this year, you're still hungry for more? Well, I don't blame you. There often are so many rumors of upcoming products that never arrive or just need a little more time to bake, and that could leave folks feeling unfulfilled. But sometimes that is on purpose. Apple often knows it's
Which
just
building?
teasing
Yep.
you with a preview to whet your appetite for more in the new year. Even though Apple is done dishing out treats for 2023, I hope you saved room for one more thing. Let's talk about Apple's leftover products and what could be coming in 2024. I'm Bridget Carey, and this is One More Thing. 2023 has been a wild ride with Apple product launches. I mean, just think about the MacBook Pro. In January, the company comes out with new MacBook Pros with new M2 chips. Fast forward to October, the last product we get of the year is new MacBook Pros with new M3 chips. It didn't even last a full year before it got refreshed. But that's not all. This was the first year that Apple gave us no new version of an iPad. That has not happened since the iPad existed. So not everything is predictable on timing of a new Apple gadget, but we can try to work with what we know from early reports and what Apple does in previous years. Let's start
Dude,
with
I'm just...
the M3 lineup of Apple silicon.
What are all those little orbs out there?
And it was added to the MacBook Pros, as I mentioned. But Apple also put M3 chips in the all-in-one iMac. That means other machines are likely going to be getting some M3 upgrade love. The Mac Mini may be getting M3 soon. Apple released a Mac Mini M2 version this past January, so spring seems to be a good bet for a refresh. Adding to that, Bloomberg's Mark Gurman reported Apple has been testing M3 on a few Mac machines. Gurman wrote that he believes the testing is being done on the Mac Mini, but he also reported M3 has been tested on future MacBook Airs. Maybe a few Macs will blossom this spring with M3. It makes me wonder, how will Apple roll out new Macs early in the year when the company also wants to make a big splashy launch for its first mixed reality headset, the Apple Vision Pro? We do not have an exact date yet. The company says it is coming sometime early 2024. And when Vision Pro does come out, Apple retail stores may need to have a whole area set up just for people to try out this new thing. But it would probably be done by appointment only, kind of like how it was when Apple Watches.
Someone's at the side door.
Relax. I got everything under control.
We have our Apex champions.
Hello?
First debuted in 2015. Back then, you couldn't just walk up to a table to try out an Apple Watch. I'd wonder what kind of experience they would make for folks. Will there be private VR rooms? Will it be out in the open so you can see customer reactions and feel that FOMO? Maybe a bit of both. Now, what about the iPad? With no new iPad in 2023, which model is going to get a boost first? I would expect the iPad mini is a sure bet. The mini has gone longest without an update. It also got skipped over in 2022. Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo predicted we could see much more than a mini. He says every version of the iPad is on track for a refresh soon. He forecasts the iPad Pros will jump to an OLED display, with an M3 processor. Kuo also said 2 new versions of the iPad Air are scheduled for mass production in early 2024. And there would be a new 11th generation version of the standard iPad. But that means this would be the last chapter for the iPad 9th generation. Maybe that's why we're seeing such big discounts on the 9th gen iPad for Black Friday sales. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. It's not only Kuo who has been talking about new iPads. Bloomberg reporter Mark Gurman has sources telling him that iPad Pros are getting the M3 and moving to OLED screens for 11
Charging
and 13-inch
battery.
sizes. We're also hearing about a new iPad Pro Magic Keyboard in the works, which Gurman reported would help make the iPad Pro look more like a laptop, and it gives a larger trackpad. But when will they arrive? There isn't always a set season for iPads. It could be something that arrives in the spring or in the fall. All signs point to 2024 being a huge year for Apple Watch. It is the 10th year, and that means Apple may get to do its thing it loves to do, naming products with an X for the Roman numeral 10. And that means Apple may also be launching it with big updates or changes in design, similar to iPhone X's big leap. But the expectations about the watch waver depending on what you read. Bloomberg's Gurman has said we could see the watch be thinner or have new types of bands, or the display could change to micro LED. But that's not such a sure thing. Analyst Kuo later said the 2024 Apple Watch is unlikely to have significant innovative experiences. And he said don't expect micro LED displays. There's long been talk about new health features in the works, like blood glucose monitoring or blood pressure measurements. This is pretty complicated tech for the wrist. And the latest expectation is that you may see something that lightly touches on monitoring these issues. Gurman reported there will be a sensor to tell you when the blood pressure is elevated, but it won't give exact systolic and diastolic measurements, at least not yet. His report also said the new Apple Watch could also have a sensor to detect sleep apnea. It already feels like I talked about so much, but we gotta talk about AirPods. Bloomberg also has sources pointing to a revamp coming for the whole AirPod lineup, reporting that 2024 includes new entry-level models and new AirPods Max. The current low-end AirPods, 2nd and 3rd gen, are said to be replaced by 2 types of 4th gen AirPods, and the more expensive version of the 2 would have noise cancellation and a charging case that could have speakers for playing those Find My AirPods alerts. AirPods Max, which has never been updated since its debut in 2020, will reportedly include a switch to USB-C, and it could come in some new colors. But what about the AirPods Pro? That could be a 2025 thing. Apple needs to do more than just upgrade the AirPods Max to a USB-C charging port. I would expect Apple needs to start rolling out USB-C to all sorts of its accessories, including things like Magic Mouse, which still has a Lightning port. Oh, and I've gone this long and I didn't mention the iPhone 16. Yeah, you didn't need my video to tell you that you should expect an iPhone 16 in September. So let's keep moving right along. But yes, there is a lot of anticipation and questions if Apple would make a 4th gen iPhone SE. Some reports say it could be a 2024 thing, some say it's a 2025 thing, and some wonder if the iPhone SE will even be a thing ever again. What are your fanciful 2024 product wishes? Are you dreaming of a HomePod with a screen? Looking forward to Apple stuffing Siri with AI smarts? Clearly, there's going to be a lot for us to digest in the coming year, but let me know in the comments what new Apple gear you want to dig into first. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time.
NVIDIA's doing big numbers. Gaming's not dead yet. Dbrand going on a lawsuit, and Intel beat AMD in the GPU sector. Wow. Let's get into hot news, everybody. I'm your Brad host. We're going to be going with the hottest tech news I can find on the internet while you enjoy your breakfast. This Friday, November 24th, 2023, also known as Black Friday deal. Buckle in, because Reese is going to have an extra spicy UFP deals for you. And that's exactly what NVIDIA has been having with their latest earnings report. They are still continuing to just earn a severe amount of money, up 34% from the previous quarter, earning a ton of cash, $18 billion total. Need I remind you that before this year, they had not crossed the $10 billion mark, and now they are quickly approaching 20, with most of that going to AI, data center, all of that stuff. Their numbers coming in at $14.5 billion for that, but not to be ignored, they are actually earning a significant amount more in terms of gaming. So you can see that it's actually about $370 million more in Q3 versus Q2, and it's almost double what it was this time a year ago, where they only earned $1.5 billion. Now they're at $2.85 billion. So the gaming sector does appear to be rebounding for them. Every single quarter since this time last year has been an increase for them on the gaming sector, just as they are also increasing on the data center sector. Now, this could start to transition where the gaming side starts bleeding into some of the AI side, especially when things are happening over in China where the high-end graphics cards are getting banned. They might actually have to switch over to gaming GPUs, but at least in the rest of the world where NVIDIA's highest-end cards are not being banned, they're going to continue to sell the high-end A100s and the like to all of the AI partners that they have in the gaming sector, can potentially stay where it is. Hopefully. But they're still earning a lot of money, so those extra few $100 that they've been charging for that 4080, that 4070 Ti, it's definitely hitting them right in the pocketbook. Good job, everybody who said NVIDIA's price gouging them and then still bought their cards. It happens every time. NVIDIA just continues to earn money despite whatever they do to us as consumers. But we're here for Black Friday and talking about how you can save money as consumers, and I'm excited to talk about today's video sponsor, V1 Tech. V1 Tech's actually an amazing company for you to upgrade and kit out your gaming setup. From wall art to GPU backplates, they have a ton. But what they have special for this Black Friday is their case printing service. So for only $99, which is their cheapest price ever on this, they can do a 6-sided print on the PC011 Evo from Lee & Lee, giving you some of the amazing designs that they have on their website. A lot of these, the color scheme fits very well with Hot News. I like the skyline specifically, that cyberpunk theme that it's got going on. 6-sided case printing for only $99.99 above the cost of the case. Not only do these look amazing so that you can have an incredibly unique system with all of the printing, but they also actually work directly with the artist, and all of the printing is done here in the United States. You can check out V1 Tech and their PC011 Evo case printing, which is at its lowest price ever of only $99, at the link in the video description. Big thanks to V1 Tech for sponsoring us today for Black Friday. And one of the GPUs that you potentially stick in one of those 011 Evos is the 4090 Evangelion edition. At least you could, and you could probably also fit another GPU in there, which is exactly what ASUS China did. They put a GPU on a GPU, and you're wondering how did that happen? Well, it's thanks to the fact that they have the 4060 Ti with the M.2 slot. Now, they were thinking that this is for SSDs, but they were like, hey, you can do an M.2 adapter to a GPU and have that set up. And I wonder where somebody got the idea to do that. Wasn't from me. I could have never ever done that. They also did not do, like, I stole the idea from so many other people. But it's clear that it does work. Now, the PCI Express slot on the GPU is only 4 lanes because it's the SSD slot, so it's not getting maximum 4090 performance, but it does work theoretically. Additionally, one of the interesting things that they showed off in this video was that even though the 4060 Ti is a PCI Express 4.0 graphics card, the SSD is a 5.0 slot, and you can get 5.0 speeds out of it if you have a 5.0 SSD. So theoretically, when NVIDIA drops their next generation of GPUs with PCI Express 5.0, it would run faster on this 4060 Ti than the 4090 does right now because it would have more PCI Express lanes. You get more throughput. It's a really intriguing use case. I'm baffled at this. 4090 eGPU works on a 4060 Ti. Amazing stuff to see. But what's bad to see is that Debra is having to embark on a lawsuit not against Sony, but against a rival case manufacturer known as Casetify, who has alleged that they are worth over $1 billion. And part of this is revealed in a Jerry Rig Everything video, which we have linked in the video description. But turns out that on the teardown skins that Jerry Rig Everything makes in partnership with Dbrand, they leave little Easter eggs. Because Zach says things like glass is glass and glass breaks. And those things were hidden on the teardown skins, which Casetify then actually sold as their inside out skins. And so Dbrand has filed for copyright infringement with 117 different images cited in the lawsuit, with it appearing on essentially all of them time, they took away some of the Easter eggs, but left a lot of them in, especially the ones that were harder to notice, which couldn't be very easily identified, but this will likely play out in the court of law. We'll keep you updated as all of that happens, but I can tell you I'm not going to levy a lawsuit against Reese, not at least right now.
Yo, welcome back to UFT Deals, bringing the hottest tech deals out on the internet, and hey, it's Black Friday, who would have thought? We're going to be having a mega deals episode today, so let's get straight into it. Starting off with the EVGA X20 wireless gaming mouse for only $16.19 with the included promo code, making it $53.80 off. Then we have this Ryzen 9 5900X desktop CPU, which one of the big boy AM4 CPUs, going for only $289 with the included promo code, making it $260 off. But then if you want to cool that, we have the NZXT Kraken X73 360mm AIO CPU liquid cooler, going for only $129.99 with the included promo code, making it $55 off. Next up, we have an office favorite with the HyperX Cloud 2 7.1 surround sound gaming headset for only $49.99, making it half price off. And another cool pickup is its Respawn 110 ergonomic gaming chair for only $90.99, making it $159 off. Then if you've been wanting to get into the handheld game, we have the Asus ROG Ally gaming handheld, specifically the Ryzen Z1 variant, not the Z1 Extreme, with 512 gigs of storage for only $449.99, making it $150 off. But then switching up, we have the Logitech Pro X Superlight wireless gaming mouse for only $99.99, making it $60 off for my mouse of choice. But then if you're looking for some Apple deals, we have the latest gen 10.9-inch iPad, specifically the 64 gig variant in any color, going for only $349, which makes it $100 off. But then if you're looking to complete your holiday gifting buys with that, you can also pick up the AirPods Pro 2nd gen for only $189.99, making it $60 off. Another great pickup is the Sony PlayStation 5 DualSense wireless controllers, which are available for only $49.99 in any color. I chose the Galactic Purple because it's the coolest one. But then another Sony favorite is these XB N910 wireless noise cancelling headphones. The XB stands for extra bass. They're really cool. And they're going for only $119.99, making it $130 off. And then last but not least, we have the Acer Nitro 27-inch 1442 180Hz IPS gaming monitor for only $169.99, making it $100 off. And the Black Friday deals don't end there, because we're going to be doing a live stream later on Twitch and YouTube where we compile community submitted deals in a big mega doc full of certified bangers. So if you want to make sure you don't miss any of the good Black Friday deals, be sure to check out the stream. And if you find a deal that you feel everyone should have a look at, then come and submit it and we can have some fun. And with that, the deals are done. You can find these and more linked in the video description down below. But until next time, I'm gonna hand you off back to Brett for the rest of the hot news.
Gerd says, Poppy Shield.
It's good stuff.
Thank you, Reese. But don't worry, we're going to replace you with an AI soon enough. Let's talk about OpenAI and that debacle that went on last week with the
B4
CEO
Ushout
Sam Altman being
001
ousted, and
says,
then allegedly
I had
comes
one.
back, and then getting bought out by Microsoft, and then actually now, as of Friday, he was reinstated
Gerd
as the
says,
OpenAI
that no good.
CEO. So this whole uproar and change.
Yeah, well,
resulted in
you didn't.
nothing
I couldn't do
happening
anything
except
if it
for
was
the
on
lack
your
of
dead
trust in
body
the
or
board
if you
of
had
directors
it.
over at OpenAI. But now there are rumors that are coming from more substantiated sources like Reuters, which are indicating we now have an idea as to why the board of directors did this. So allegedly, this is because the OpenAI board found out that one of their AIs that they've been working on, known as Q-Star, achieved a level of breakthrough that could threaten humanity's ability to actually perform economically viable tasks, and that this will allow AI to do it completely. And allegedly, the Q-Star breakthrough allowed it to perform rudimentary math tasks that it didn't otherwise learn in a way that's different than the large language model that's being used on ChatGPT. So essentially, it learned to do grade school math, but because
the
it
best I
actually
could, I'm
learned
sorry.
how to do math. From what I've been reading, this kind of allows it to go into actual artificial general intelligence, which is the next breakthrough, not just large language models being able to parse together words that are supposed to go together, but actually truly understanding, developing, and learning on its own. And that is allegedly what the board of directors found out happened at Q-Star. Sam Altman knew about it and did not disclose it to the board, who believes that they had a need to do that. Now, there are a ton of questions in this, and a
18
lot
seconds,
of
I
this
can
does
heal you.
feel like
Right here.
fear-mongering to some
18
extent.
seconds,
This
I
is
can
just
heal
my
you.
personal opinion being brought in on this, especially when large language models and like face
I don't have any other heals to be able to pass
a
out.
lot of the use cases and potential benefits get overblown and overhyped because it's brand new, it's fancy, and we're not quite sure what to make of it. But as we settle into the use cases, we find that it's not as robust as the fortune tellers and
Health
soothsayers
drone,
are making
get
it
your
seem
fill.
like it's actually going to
be, and this does breathe a little bit like that. Maybe Q-Star did make an advancement in terms of mathematical AI advancements, but it's not going to be the undoing of civilization, and that's why they got rid of Sam Altman, and OpenAI was expecting that they needed to have another CEO, like the former CEO of Twitch. He's the guy who's going to be able to handle all of this to usher us into
try to buy some
a
shit.
more effectively stewarded future of AI being properly managed, while every other AI company in the entire face of the planet is just blasting NVIDIA GPUs at the same problem. It seemed very intriguing, and I don't know how much to make of it, especially because the Reuters article about this has a lot of speculative and hearsay language, just a lot of things being uncorroborated. So we'll keep an eye on this as this is all moving forward, because obviously the undoing of all economically viable tasks by
Take that heavy ammo up there.
general
Unless you
intelligence.
got
Sounds like it's bad for, you know, people, but maybe we can
Time to
leverage
move,
it
time to
into
move,
tools,
time to
or
move,
maybe
time to
this is
move,
the
time to
end of
move.
everything as we know it. But it's not the end of AMD, because we know more about their
We're going
GPUs.
into our death,
good,
though.
good lighthearted segue there. RDNA 4 popping up in some Linux details, especially in
Probably stay right on
LLVM,
this
where we
edge,
now
though.
have
Yeah, we
the
can get in and
details
stay
of
right here.
the
Here's another guy right here,
RDNA 4
though.
GPUs based on Navi 44 and Navi 48. We got the numbers now. That's really the basis
Whoa,
of
bro,
the
whoa,
week.
bro,
And
whoa,
AMD's making new
whoa.
graphics cards. What a thought. Well, it doesn't matter, because the current ones that they have on the market are getting beat by Intel. My goodness, the next generation of Intel mobile chips in Meteor Lake, ooh, they are putting up some hot numbers, beating out the essentially holy grail GPU right now, the 780M, when it comes to mobile and handheld. That integrated GPU has been featured in everything from the ROG Ally, Lenovo Legion Go. It's all over the place. But now, an Asus laptop with the Core Ultra 7 155H and an ARC integrated GPU has put up bigger numbers than the 780M. The last time we saw this GPU pop up, it was slightly lower in performance than the 780M, but it appears that whatever is happening in this specific Asus ZenBook actually allows it to beat out the 780M, the fastest 780M, not the slowest. This isn't just like, oh, we're pulling a low number. This is the highest wattage 780M that's on the market. The 155H integrated GPU beats that and gets within spitting distance of the dedicated ARC A380 GPU on desktop. It is 91% of Intel's desktop GPU. Now, the reason this is exciting is not that this is likely going to perform better in games. We know that Intel has a long way to go in software if they're going to beat AMD when it comes to their GPU performing as good in real-world scenarios. It just shows that Intel is steadily and heavily making advancements to being a viable competitor in the gaming space. They start getting included in some gaming handhelds, like we've already seen with these chips. That's going to be good for them to continue to move forward. They are putting more devices, they have more data points that they can use for driver updates, and they can actually make things better, and we can get more competition in the market, unless, of course, AI starts playing all of our games for us, or takes away all of our jobs so that we can't afford the graphics cards to even play the games in the first place. And how does the economy function then? I don't know. And how does Hot News function? Doesn't matter. Let's talk about what you guys had to say on Friday's episode of Hot News. We had Darth saying, I'm not under the impression that the 4070 is as despised as some of the other 4000 cards, like the 4060 Ti, 4070 Ti, 4080. I've been hearing people say that 4070
Holy shit, I'm still alive? What's happening?
Speaking for the newer generation GPUs. And my YouTube comment channel says, I thought the 4070 was one of the better received cards this generation. Certainly has one of the least offensive price to performance. Are you kidding me? Man, okay, I've been in the trenches with the 4070. I've been defending it since day one, and when people are in the comments saying it's not as badly contested as some of the other ones, I did not receive that when I made a video about the 4070. In fact, I would argue that the best GPU that NVIDIA has this generation in terms of price to performance is the 4070.
Sorry, my sister just got to my door. I had to go let her in.
Also, the 4070, not only when it launched did it get punched in the face by the 6950 XT for the same price, but then also additionally, yeah, you can quote the 7800 XT, but that thing's $100 cheaper. It's not in the same situation, and then also it coincided with the 12 gigabytes of VRAM debacle, where people were like, why would you want a GPU with 12 gigabytes of VRAM? It was the one that got insulted the most. Maybe the general sentiments out there, maybe I'm a little bit defensive because I released a video defending the 40. Ow, my fucking foot!
Oh wow, I look at that. Beer cups are kind of fucked. Might be time for some new ones.
Be good sports and don't die too quick, eh?
Don't you worry about me. Rampart can handle herself. Come on, we've got work to do.
Introducing your champion.
I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
Let's land this bird right there. Woohoo! How's the Serenity?
Hey mates, let's go OD.
That way, fellas. Move your butts.
Next ring's not close.
Lucky for you, I've got some extra supplies here.
Listen up, the ring be closing in 1 minute.
Attention. First blood.
Backpack here. Level 2. First blood. You can't handle the heat, stay out of the fire pit. Evo shield here. Level 3. Ring closes in 45. It's a little far, but if you quit, you die, so... Backpack here. Level 2. Extended... Got an extended sniper mag
Reckon I
here.
can make use of
Level
that.
4.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Found an extended energy mag. Level 1. Evo shield here. Backpack here. Level 2.
Reckon I can make a use of that.
We're all outside the ring.
Evo shield
Extended light
here.
mag here.
Change my mind.
Level
Hands
1.
off, that's a Prezi for Fusey. Forget that, eh?
Care package being delivered.
Got us a new kill leader. Wouldn't mind saying good day to him.
Got a care package coming in. Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Head that way, fellas.
Jump towers here if you want it.
Evo shield here. Backpack here. Level 2.
Echo. Play my notifications.
One new notification from Amazon Shopping. Monitor stand riser has arrived. By the way, you can thank the driver of your most recent delivery, and we'll share your appreciation with them. Just say, thank my driver.
Thank my driver. Echo. Thank my driver.
Glad you enjoyed your most recent delivery. We'll share your thanks with your driver.
Here's your birthday present. Evac tower here. You wanna fly? Go on now, say hello. Enemy over there. Waiting to be checked on. Any takers?
Round 2.
Let's go this way. Supply bin here.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Replicator dropping like it's hot. Off this evac tower here. You wanna fly?
Oi, extra supplies here.
I'm gonna try to drop an evac tower on top and let's get the fuck out. I'm gonna pick the other one up.
Optics here. Close range. Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Evac tower out.
One minute and the ring's spitting distance, folks.
Let's explore that way. Calling in a lifeline package. Backpack here. Level 2. Inside the next ring. Get ready for the Maza. Evac tower here. I'm get you out of a tough spot.
Check it out. Careful. Coming in.
Loot Marvin here. mag here. Level 2.
I took it, sorry. I needed it. I don't know why it was already...
Putting up some
Oh,
cover. Extended heavy mag here. Never mind.
here's the mag. Here's the mag.
Extended heavy mag.
Here's the mag. Here's the mag. Sorry. I guess I had an empty slot went into. Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it.
Beginning ring countdown.
Extended heavy mag
One
here.
in the distance.
Level
Doesn't
2.
look too scary, so you can come out of hiding. We're all inside the ring. Good. Heard that. Negative.
Attention.
Shooting at me.
Launching me knuckle cluster.
Replicator on its way down. Giving my shields a recharge. He's an enemy. Didn't even have to take off my jacket. Come and get your birthday present.
Got us a new kill leader. Wouldn't mind saying good day to him.
Level 3.
On you, mate.
Optics here. Sniper. Say one. We're all inside this ring.
Delivering care.
I'm just looting for more heavy ammo.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
I don't think we should give up our high ground, though. If we get on top of this, we got the highest ground on here, and we can go inside.
Clown there. Lucky me. Clown there. Joker there.
Bronca's shooting at me.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster. Deploying me knuckle cluster.
Hostile over there.
Attention.
They're getting third-partied in there?
Target spotted. Getting shot at. 1 minute. Ring's close. Plenty of time to jam. Enemy here.
Deploying me knuckle cluster.
Charging my shield. Not far from the ring. Hop. I cracked an enemy's shield.
Knuckle cluster out.
Reload. Enemy kill.
That kill was a rip snorter.
Reloading. 10 seconds. Rings close. Enemy spotted. Enemy down.
In progress.
Listen up, the ring's moving.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster. Knuckle cluster out.
Enemy here. Up close and in my freaking face. Your mates. Got one there.
Spotted an enemy. Bloody Joker over there.
I'm spotted. Taking fire. Just giving my shields a
Stay
recharge.
with our high ground.
Here's your birthday present.
Juicing me shields.
I'm gonna have a shield swap.
Knuckle cluster out.
We shouldn't give up that high ground. I just was trying to get some more. I need heavy ammo. If we stay in here,
JP18 says, E2.
we can use this wall to our advantage too. Right here, this wall right here, we can use it to get to the other side and pin them on in this storm. But yeah, definitely don't give up this high ground. Pick everyone off through the bushes as we're going down.
Hostiles making contact with enemy.
That's the teams right there.
Serving them a knuckle sandwich. Launching me knuckle cluster. Trapped in enemy shield.
We're doing great. Only 2 enemy squads remain. Rings move in. Frog go.
Only one squad left, so get your nice suit.
All right, maybe you guys want to push that now?
No kill leader.
Deploying me knuckle cluster.
Thermite grenade out.
Dragon shooting at me.
Heavy ammo. Help drone if you need it. Recharging my shields.
Ring's close. 45 seconds on the clock. Today's coming up easy.
Reloading.
I have no heavy ammo.
Recharging me shields.
30 seconds. Rings.
Down.
I had no heavy ammo.
Saving this for a special occasion.
I also don't know why you gave up the high ground and went down into that.
We have our Apex champions.
Show me what happened at least. Do I get a... No, don't even get an after the count back to... Snap back to the hack.
They know what fear is.
You and me. Let's take this win.
Trust your senses. Embrace the hunt.
Introducing your champion.
for battle. Let's explore over there.
And maybe that just invited all of the 4070 haters, and I didn't quite see as much viscerality when I talked about the 4070 Ti, but I agree that the 4070 is a good card. But I also have seen most people, that at least the vocal ones on the internet, in sales it probably isn't, but you know, when people are grouching at me on the internet, the 4070 has been, it's Nvidia's middle finger to everybody, allegedly. Hot Side
Is anyone with us?
I just tuned in to hear Kyle introduce himself while talking over Brett. Keep it going, hilarious. It's fun.
Is anyone with us?
I think we're hitting our group now.
Is anyone with us?
He's obviously not here because I'm filming this
Hello?
on Thanksgiving, so he's not here for that. But it's good stuff. He'll be back on
Kilo
Tuesday's
Shifter
episode.
says,
Mind Jewel
hello.
saying the 4070 is.
Is anyone with us? Not hello. Come on.
The power draw, the small size makes it very, very nice. Then you got Yudi saying Z1 Extreme.
Are we alone?
PS2, same game
Are we
library
alone, or is there
as
someone
PS5,
here?
Which I already responded to in comment because this was the discussion Kyler and I were having on Friday. A Vita 2 wouldn't
Kilo
work
Shifter says,
because you couldn't
Moon is
run
shooting.
PS5 games
Kilo
at the
Shifter
same fidelity
says,
because the
so alone.
Z1 Extreme does not work the same way that the PS5 SoC does. The power draw, you couldn't do it in a
Is that what
it would
to
be
you?
impossible. So either
No
you would
shooting
have
just
to
magically means no
seriously
one's around.
downscale resolution and performance in order to make that happen, or you would have to have a dedicated library of games. That's just how it would work. But even if
Where was
they
that
had a
Ultimate
Z1
Accelerant?
Extreme Sony handheld, it would have to cost more than the PS5. The ROG Ally costs more than the PS5. Legion Go costs more than the PS5. Every 7840 HS mobile handheld that I've seen costs more than the PS5. The PS5 would be the cheap part of that, and then you would have a handheld that costs even more, and we'd have a worse conversation of like, oh, you're buying that $700 handheld that can't even play it as good as the PS5. I think Sony struck the right balance of like, hey, this works with PS5 games. It's not perfect, but it does work. What more do you want? You can't have a mobile SoC that runs PS5 games at the moment. It's just not possible. And it's not possible for me to keep this episode of Hot News going any longer. We'll be back on Monday for more of your hottest tech news. Cyber Monday. What?
Care package being delivered.
Care package on high.
This video is sponsored by Snapper.
Our aim is clear. Enemies lie that way.
Not too long ago, Apple released their M series chipsets on their lineup of laptops. And that Apple M series lineup of chipsets, which are using this new architecture, has caused quite a stir.
No, we ain't doing that yet. Mr. Whatever, Mr. Martin's unlocked.
Why are you choosing Bamboo? Because you're obviously doubling down.
If I were to get a printer today, what should I get?
And what is the AMS system tied to the Bamboo print? I agree with Glendon. I want to underscore this. I think it's a game changer.
I ordered a second AMS for my Bamboo X1 Carbon.
All right, so let's take a sidestep.
Yes.
Kilo Shifter
Why
says,
do you like
LVL3
the
backpacking
Bamboo
crafter.
3D printer in general, and then we'll slide into the AMS. Why are you choosing Bamboo? Because you're obviously doubling down. You're buying deep into the ecosystem. Why Bamboo for you?
Ease of use, probably number one. I don't have to tinker with it like I have every other 3D printer that's out there. If I do, it's not to that extent anyway. Speed and quality and the ability to print in color. It's just a complete package that I really enjoy using. The color aspect is what sold me on it initially.
So
Was I totally wrong?
Hang on, let's clarify that, because every 3D printer can print in quote-unquote color or
Multicolor.
Exactly. So it's being able to, and this slides us into AMS. So then, what is the AMS system tied to the Bamboo printer? What does it do? You already have one. You're talking about
I have one, and I'm bringing in a second one. AMS gives you the ability to print with up to 4 colors at any given time with 1 AMS.
And
Okay.
print. One
And
mod.
print on one model or multiple models. How many ever you want to put on that print bed at that time. Okay. You can add up to 4 AMS modules to give you 16 colors. For me, that's a little overkill. Okay, a lot of overkill.
Well,
There
now,
are things
say that now.
Yeah, I do say that now. 1 AMS.
And
Okay.
print. One
And
mod.
print on one model or multiple models. How many ever you want to put on that print bed at that time. Okay. You can add up to 4 AMS modules to give you 16 colors. For me, that's a little overkill. Okay, a lot of overkill.
Well,
There
now,
are things
say that now.
Yeah, I do say that now. Who knows what it's
But you want
like
8.
2 months. But yes, I wanted 8 colors because I have started doing a lot of team logos, sports logos, different things like that, and found the need to have more than 4 colors available to me. I didn't think that I was going to at first, but once I started this little niche of multicolored prints, I found the need to have more options. And so 8 is the spot for me right now, so we'll see. That's supposed to be here too.
I'm in the same boat because I have a few prints that are already modeled and colored, and they require 5 colors.
Yeah.
So even just adding that 5th color is not necessarily like haptic, but every multicolor parts, it's nice.
Yeah, it's really nice.
I usually use my AMS, right? I use the different color prints to the action figures that I put, for the most part, or even the G-Forge stuff. In fact, I've got Big Fortuna is the next one that I've got to slightly get ready to print. That might happen over the weekend. Yeah, I use, that's my primary use case for that bamboo printer is specifically printing the action figures that read. It's really, I know it's strange.
It's all you like, or whatever you like. And if it brings you pleasure and you enjoy it, who cares?
I do immensely. Like I cannot explain words. I cannot explain how excited I get when I have a new action figure that I don't have to paint. Here's the value of the AMS, the system that Glennon's talking about, specifically connected to the bamboo printers, because there are other multicolor filament systems, like I think what Prusa has MMU. Is that
Prusa
correct?
has an MMU, and then there's a palette out there, and then there's a mosaic.
These are different multicolor systems so that you can print a model, like an object, right, and not have to afterwards paint it. So especially for smaller things, like the action figures that I do, they're very, very precise. And there are people out there, like Phantom Printer, that's his handle. He will go in and paint the individual pieces because he doesn't have a multicolor system. But like when I prepare a figure to be printed, then I go into the software, which I agree with Glendon on this. It is very user-friendly. It is a very clean experience, and it works exceedingly well. That's the reason why I basically returned, although, God, now that I think about it, I have not received my refund yet for returning my Prusa Mini. I gotta check. But I've been waiting because right around Thanksgiving, November 24th or so, I should be getting my A1 Mini on my desk, which does come with an AMS, but I don't know if I'm going to be connecting that AMS directly at, or directly to it on the desk, because I just don't have a lot of desktop real estate at the moment. This is really good beer. Real estate.
I got a question for you. So I am brand new to the 3D space, right? I am interested in it, and someday I'm going to get one. But me starting now, would you give different advice from when you started? Or, okay, I'll ask it a different way. If I were to get a printer today, what should I get? Let's just
A1
start with
Mini.
the basics.
A1
Mini.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a
Blended?
bamboo, right?
Yeah.
That is a
A1
bamboo.
Mini.
Blended?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, A1 Mini.
Now, Thompson.
And I'll tell you before you get to Toxic how much I feel that that's going to be again adding new go-to entry model printer.
Yeah.
I actually have both of my minis now up for sale.
Prusa
First
Mini. As opposed to the bamboo A1 Mini. Now, I'm at a distance. At a distance, I understand why, and even though I do not yet have the experience of an A1 Mini, just money. Well, it is kind
A1 Mini.
Speaking of money, it is, as Glenn pointed out, affordable. It's like what, $150 cheaper than the Prusa Mini, and a lot more streamlined, not perfect in any capacity, right? And it's like, oh, it's the beautiful, thing, and it works better than everything. No, there are things about the A1 Mini that are not perfect. I will, when I do get mine, I will end up talking about it on the podcast, certainly, and streaming it on Twitch naturally, as well as on MakerDeck on Twitch. So that's the 24/7 Twitch channel that has people making all the time from all around the world. You should watch it if you're interested in you got questions, especially like my cat. But yeah, as far as bang for your buck is concerned, what is $300 without the AMS?
$299 without.
Even though I don't know if that's for sale directly yet or they're waiting. Not right now. You have to buy both, and I understand that. So it's that ratchets it up to what, $500 or something like that, or something. But it isn't. It really, if you're going to get started with 3D printing, if you don't have $500 to spend in general, don't get started, because you're going to need filament anyway, right? It's not a cheap hobby, but what you get out of it is, you get to enjoy the making process. You get products and things that you can have around the house or to give out as gifts or what have you. So a lot of this is really down to what you might need and what your level of proficiency is. So if you're someone who is more like me and not a hardware guy, I use hardware, yes, but I just want stuff to work. I want to press a button and go. The Bambu ecosystem is catering to that type of audience. These people came out of DJI and their products, so it's got that type of, I'm not going to say look and feel, but that type of, that's the type of approach that they're taking to the marketplace. And up until this point, I'm not so sure there's been anything close to what Bambu is trying to do, from hardware to software to ecosystem, like stem to stern. So it's, I agree with Blended. I want to understand this. I think it's a game changer. I really genuinely do.
A1 Mini, no AMS means I can do one color at a time, right? Or I have to manually change the color.
Correct.
Okay.
And you can.
That's a good starting point, I think.
I would, if you have the space and you have the budget, I would not have any qualms in recommending getting the AMS with the A1 Mini. Thing is, if you don't have the budget, you can get the A1 Mini, and then later you can decide, I think I want to try multicolor printing, because it's not every model is going to take advantage of it. For the most part, it just depends on what it is that you might be printing on a regular basis. So, I'm confident in that as well. So what I've got to ask, Glendon, what's pushing you to get the second one? Like, because you're doing well with the 4 colors, but like, what is it? Because you're going to be spending more for the AMS for the X1 Carbon, which is a kind of the behemoth that Bambu offers. It's a lot more expensive, but a lot more powerful. Right? Why go with the second one? What is not satisfying you with just one?
Sometimes I do have a lot of smaller prints. Okay. And to be honest with you, probably some of it is a little bit of FOMO, fear of missing out.
Okay. But what are you missing out on? What is Yeah. Oh no. I'm not talking about the A1 Mini. I'm asking about the second AMS.
The second AMS is because I need.
Can you get them up? Oh, you didn't go over there. Never mind.
Period. Throughout friends and family that I'm making these sports logos for, and a lot of them have more than 4 colors. For instance, like the Chicago Blackhawks. I know you're not a sports guy, Chris, but it's a hockey.
Sorry.
What's a sports ball?
What is the sports ball you speak of? Anyway, they have 8 colors in their logo, if you want to do it correct. And that's one of the requests that I've had. Another Minnesota Vikings, they've got 5. It's just not having to worry about turning someone down or giving them something that's close to correct. I want it to be as close to perfect as it can be. So that's really why I'm wanting to.
Is it like 8-bit?
Kilo Shifter says, THX.
Yeah, it is that way, right? If you're using more colors, you're using more depth.
I mean, it is. I mean, you could
They got on top of us. I didn't know they were coming that way. Get out of there. Just get out of there. Oh my god.
You already have all the colors across the top. Look, you have all the colors.
I do have the colors. I have a lot of color. But yeah, that's primarily the reason that I want to do
package
it.
over
It's
here.
just because the fact that I do have the need now, after starting to print in color, multicolor prints rather, and people seeing that I have the ability, then they want more elaborate projects.
Right. See, I'm glad I'm not opening that Pandora's box. Like, no.
So you're saying that you never ran into a point whenever you're printing your play action toys that
Right.
you needed more than 4 colors?
You know, there have been some extenuating circumstances where I'm like, you know, it would be great if I had this. Like, for example, Thrawn. One example, this Thrawn, the details are not going to be perfect, but this was done on the Bamboo. Everything was done on the AMS on his torso, except I painted on the red. And I had to paint on the red because I was using blue, silver, yellow, white. And so that one. So, but I knew I could paint on the red and be.
I wouldn't be fine with it. That's just me.
I had to be fine with it because I don't have the room for a
Sure
second
you
name.
do. You can actually print a stackable shelf system for the AMS to where you
I
can
did
put one on top
I
of
did
each
not need to know
Print the
that.
shelf to use the
other.
AMS.
Enabler, okay?
Two.
Yeah, you are.
Honestly, I just I'm not saying 4 is enough for anybody. It isn't clearly, but I feel like I can be fine with 4. I really do.
Are we still talking about 3D printers?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Very good.
All right. Well, Glenn, and I hope to see that in an upcoming week. You got to show us one of your first beyond 4 color prints. That
Oh, I will. I will for sure. I've already got it picked out what it's going to be.
Oh, what is it?
It's going to be an Optimus Prime light box.
Oh. Ooh. That's a great reason actually to get a different. Okay. I feel you now. All right. Okay. Not that you needed my blessing at all, but
it's a sports ball team. I don't expect you to know who it is.
That's the Chicago something. Yeah.
Chicago Bears. It's a sports ball team. I don't expect you to know who it is.
That's the Chicago something. Yeah.
Chicago Bears. And it's a light box. You can see now I have been buying LED strips to put inside there.
Do you have a completed one?
Yeah. Not with me.
Okay.
But
yeah, you hit the button and it glows, and you put it on a wall or something. That looks pretty cool. That came out of the printer.
Yes.
It's awesome.
Nice.
He's gonna have 256 colors by the end of 2024.
Well, that's the only limitation, right? You can only have 4 AMS models.
4
currently.
So 6, and you could have 16.
16.
16
Okay. Yeah.
color. Yeah.
Yeah, I can still math.
Yeah, I mean, I've
All
got
right.
a couple multicolors. Like, they're great.
That N64 cube, bro. That is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got brown hair dye, and that means when I dye my hair, it should be brown. That did nothing, it's still black. Okay, I'm gonna go really extreme and use this red hair dye. Something.
phone. Airport bathroom. How's she answering me so fast? No. Did she write the question? Yeah, I'm good. It's not the weirdest place. It's just a place. It was like weird. Vile. You're rude. That's not a weird place. Yeah, it's not a weird place. Because then I don't have a weird place.
Yeah, same. I don't have a weird place.
You know what? Yeah. Weird place. Actually, what if you've never hooked up in a weird place? Then just say you've never a car. No car? No school? No locker room? What? Where? Nothing? Like, husband is chugging right now.
People in school.
Doesn't mean anything. I just have to move to drink. That's what, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Right. You me too? No, what? I just wanted to move for a shot. Oh, God.
Okay, I've got brown hair dye, and that means when I dye my hair, it should be brown. But did nothing, it's still black. Okay, I'm gonna go really extreme and use this red hair dye. Something's definitely gonna show up. Oh, my parents are gonna be so mad when they see this. What the hell? It still looks exactly the same. Okay, it's time for blonde dye, the lightest color. There's no way nothing's gonna show up with this one. Oh my goodness, this looks terrible. Someone get me the brown hair dye so I can dye my hair back to black.
I look like I want to go on to high school. See, this is not right. You were supposed to be wearing pigtails.
Oh, pigtails don't fix the thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think with pigtails, that outfit would look good. Me,
Your outfit looks cool.
me actually.
Show them your Disney mom. Your Disney mom one. Look at that movie. Look at that.
It's like
After what I've seen, nothing
Mr. Incredible.
What is that?
That's just cause I'm evil.
What was that? Oh, I got this. Alright, here we go. 6 feet tall and super strong. Sorry, I had to hide the grid. What was that?
I bet that's a good spot. Let's find something good.
Oh, I got this. Alright, here we go. Feet tall and super strong. Sorry, I had to hide the grid. My bad.
Just to fuck with people, making anybody who picks it up into a complete menace. No joke, this is probably the biggest run ender in lobbies, where no single soul can resist the monkey brain pull of spamming left mouse for the loud noise, and then in doing so, attracting up to 20 random monsters to camp the exits, getting your entire squad mate killed, and usually forcing a lobby restart. But sometimes you can hit the absolute teammate jackpot and land with 3 other people who have probably been searching for a normal lobby just as long as you have and actually want to play the game properly. I'm not joking when I say these people come few and far between. When this happens, you can finally truly enjoy the game as it was made to be. A beautiful survival horror with an amazing atmosphere of uncertainty every time you turn a corner. That is, until the only person carrying a flashlight gets a snare flea dropped on his head and accidentally jumps off the grating, leaving you in complete darkness trying to blindly hunt walls until you either look out and find the exit, or meet one of the moon's many friendly hosts. Or maybe you didn't even have a flashlight to begin with. After all, equipment costs money, and you need to save up so you can buy that sweet pajama suit. To complete the work from home style, you can also just stay in your ship, too scared to venture out into the wilderness. While this absolutely 100% makes you a coward, there are actually a lot of powerful tools that you can use if you stay in the ship while your teammates run off to feed the local wildlife. The most obvious one being the monitor, which is probably the first thing you'll see upon loading into a game. The monitor lets you watch a simplified top-down view of one of your teammates' surroundings, highlighting items, threats, as well as doors and vents. Additional screens also show cameras on the outside of the ship, placed there so you can check for any creatures that are right outside. Clearly an idea that they shamelessly stole from Five Nights at Freddy's. I did make this comparison earlier, but this is most reminiscent of the van in Phasmophobia, which let you check your teammate's status, insanity level, and even check the ghost's activity. It also let you view cameras placed on the map. Just like here, you could be watching for scrap and directing your team towards it. Being given this much information from the safety of the ship is incredible, and has made most people stick to one strategy. Leave one person behind on the ship with a walkie-talkie so they can relay information to the ground team. It's kind of safe and amazingly effective, as you no longer have to run around blindly looking for the one corridor that isn't a dead end. You can be told instantly about any items you missed and have an early warning system in case an enemy spawns near you. The only problem is, you just gotta make sure that the person you leave on the ship is mentally competent. The person on the ship also acts as a failsafe, as long as another teammate doesn't bring a Rottweiler back with him. In Lethal Company, if the entire squad dies, not only do you lose a day to collect, you also lose all the scrap you've gathered on your ship up to that point, which in 99% of cases will mean your ship will rapidly depressurize and you'll be thrown into space as you fail to meet your quota. One person staying on the ship means that there'll always be one person alive, ready to pull the lift off and keep all your stuff. Also, a thing worth mentioning, this is actually the strat recommended by the developer themselves. Right next to the monitor and the landing lever lies the manual. It seems to basically be an employee handbook, diegetically giving you instructions on how the game works. On the last page, it gives you some useful tips, including one that outright tells you to leave someone on the ship to use the advanced radar on the monitor. I'm sure this was added by Zekas, so Zuma would, stop randomly spawning out of the map and then blindly walking off to walls, completely ignoring all the work he did to make the ship equipment as good as it is. The manual also gives some interesting lore tidbits. Aside from explaining the basic game mechanics, most interestingly, it reveals the company's name. On the first page, you can find a logo for a company named Halden Electronics, with its trademark being present on the bottom right, making Halden Electronics the best guess for its real name. This is also the name that appears in the little interface loading screen that shows up whenever you boot up the game. If you look up Halden Electronics on Google, the first result is a Norwegian town. Now, to be fair, I don't really know much about Norway. Most of the games I talk about are from Finland for some reason. So the monitor is great, so useful it's even called out by the developer. Surely there's, nothing better on the ship. Well, enter the terminal. Now, this is probably the single most important thing in the entire game, containing an insane amount of data about almost everything you might need, despite apparently being made 400 years before the game takes place. Note the almost, though. We'll come back to that later. Oh, hi there. You've just seen me take a sip from my beautiful Aeroc cup. Now, as many of you know, I sit down on the computer working long hours with an event, streaming, doing overly long videos on video games that 7 people played, or my world-famous slot channel where I talk about topics usually a day after Critical does. But today I'm happy to say that I'm sponsored by Aeroc. Now you're probably wondering, what is Aeroc? Aeroc uses scent-based technology to enhance the flavour of normal water you drink. Now like I said, I'm sat at my desk a lot. I kind of get bored of drinking water. But that's where Aeroc comes in. Aeroc has no sugars, no additives, no preservatives. The water itself is completely unchanged. It entirely works off a scent pot that if you lift up and have a little sip, oh, it's so good!
Look at Rick's face when he shot an air up.
Now, my completely normal tap water tastes like peach tea, because with the cap, it releases the scent of peach tea, but I'm still drinking normal water. It keeps plain water interesting, usually because we don't really get enough of it. And let's say, for example, you don't like peach tea. First of all, what's wrong with you? You can easily just take off the flavour cap and replace it with another one. For example, here I have wild berry. It's like wild berry. It's like the best flavour. I'm going to place it on the actual Aeroc cup, and because the cap is on, all I have to do is lift it up slightly, and when I drink the water, I will smell the wild berry, so it tastes of wild berry. Oh. It's so good! Because again, nothing is being added into the water, it's entirely scent-based. Now at the minute, Aeroc is having some amazing bundles, so please check out the link down in the description to back yourself an Aeroc, because honestly, it's a really good product. Again, I know I was paid to say that, but it is something I unironically use day to day. And again, thank you Aeroc for sponsoring this video. Already you might notice a similarity to Iron Lung. In that game, one of the updates added a console that you could use to read some exposition about the world, hidden beyond commands you weren't often told outright. In Iron Lung though, the terminal was just for lore, provided you weren't using it to cheat, you scumbag. Okay! Meanwhile here, the terminal also has huge functional purposes. This thing does so much, and to be able to show you everything, I gotta split this up into sections, each corresponding to a function in the terminal. The first command you'll probably use in every single Lethal Company run is the moons function, which lets you pick a moon to travel to for the next day. The terminal gives you some rudimentary information about your possible destination. Important stuff like, for example, what the weather will be on the planet, and keeping more specifics behind the info command. Every moon is put into a group based on its complexity compared to others. The first group only contains one moon, 71 Gordian, which shows up under the name The Company Building, with its monitor flavor text being where the company resides. This is where you'll travel to sell all the junk that you've scavenged, and also the same place you keep seeing on TikTok where people get one shot by spamming the bell.
Recharging shields.
Lamau! Did he bring it to try and fuck me? Get fucked!
Selecting it or using the info command will also tell you the rate of return, which is basically the percentage of the total item value of the receiving. So if it's 30%, selling an item worth 80 will give you 20 group company credits. The rate actually rises the closer you get to the deadline, reaching 100% on the last day. This kind of reminds me, if anything, of the stock market and corporate stocks. Although it being much more simple, it's basically there to distribute your risk. As you have to choose between selling your scrap at a lower rate or risking equally by taking it to the next moon. Gordian, the company planet, has no weather patterns, and is the only planet to actually have a safe hazard rating. There's no hostiles or scrap to collect here. Just, again, make sure not to ring the bell too many times. The second group is where the actual mission moons start. These moons are considered to be the least complex, usually frequented by new players trying to learn the game's mechanics, mostly boasting a low average scrap value. Honestly, they can be really hit or miss, meaning they basically have an added risk of not being able to meet later quotas with you just landing on them. Quick side note though, when talking about the moons, I'm going to mention the average scrap value based on what's currently on the wiki. However, it does seem that those are data mine values and they're not 100% confirmed. They mostly line up with what I've saw when doing playthroughs, so they should be at least, you know, somewhat accurate. The first moon of this category is 41 Experimentation, likely the very first place you'll visit, and where most of the Lethal Company Funny Moments videos take place because they play the game for about 20 minutes and then never do it. Again, despite a hazard rating of B, it's pretty safe to get around and is great for beginners. The environment of the moon is very arid, basically a desert. The area you land in has a very utilitarian look, having train tracks and empty industrial artifacts scattered around. The terminal describes it as being only recently discovered, due to it being in close orbit around its planet, Big Grin, apparently being used in secret. The only environmental hazard on this map, aside from the gravity if you misjudge a drop, is the entrance gate, which has a chance to partially close every time someone walks under it. If it happens enough times, the door closes completely, forcing anyone inside to find a fire exit. Now, fire exits are basically another entrance to the facility. They're present on every map. The only problem is they don't show up on your built-in scanner, so you'll have to find them yourself. Or you could just read about them on the wiki because they never actually change location. But if you do that, you're taking all the fun out of the game and you're a coward. That being said, since the interior of the facility is actually randomly generated every time, fire exits can connect in ways that make absolutely zero sense. For example, the experimentation fire exit. On the outside, it's pretty high up, having to climb multiple flights of stairs to access it. But from the inside, you can enter at the ground level from the main entrance, go straight through a couple corridors, and arrive back at the fire exit without taking any stairs. I'm sure there's something about the law here about, you know, space, time, everything not being the same, the guy sitting on the armchair in the Matrix. But all you need to keep in mind, the outside will always be the same, but the interiors are always randomly generated. Experimentation also shares a little feature from the other scrap moons, the weather. 5 special weather conditions in the game. The most basic one is fog, making the map look like Birmingham on a sunny day.
She also rises.
Removing any sort of visibility, making you rely on sound and your scanner. The next one is rain. Pretty self-explanatory. But that being said, the rain will create muddy spots on the surface, which make anyone who steps on them submerge and make they don't think immediately. The wind.
God, I don't want to watch any more of this.
Just us here. We can load up.
First fatality. Let the games begin.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Take a leg. We've only got a minute, and the ring's right there. Mira, Sentinel over here.
So, it's going to...
Less than 1 minute. The ring is not far.
Just keep an eye on
it. 30 seconds until the ring closes. You like cutting it close, huh? I take that.
Oh, that's good, Caroline.
Must go
Ooh.
faster.
Fucking weirdo. Trying to find something, can't find something on the phone now.
Wrong call.
10 till ring closes. Our aim is clear. Never mind. Enemies lie that way.
In progress.
Ring's closing. I like pushing limits as much as the next guy, but we gotta go. Laser sight here. Level 2. It's go time.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 2. That phase runner's calling my name, amigos.
Care package being delivered.
You
Heading
hear
over
that?
there for supplies.
There's a care package coming down.
That's where the thing is, right? Lifeline?
What line?
I asked if that's where the
Extra
armor
supplies
is.
over here.
Care package
What
over
armor?
here. Let's get on that.
The blue armor, level 2 armor.
Hemlock here. Woohoo, that's got a kick.
Wherever I forget wherever I hit it. I don't know right now.
Attention.
Oh, good.
That's why I tried to mark it.
Leader.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
is first. Focus on your maps.
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline package in.
Let's go that way. Getting health back.
Med kit here.
It's go time! We should continue there. In combat. Broken enemy shield. Reloading. It's go time!
Hold the circle, hold the circle. Hold the circle, hold the circle.
No, they're in. Their toes are right somewhere.
Healing my wounds.
I can heal you if you come back to me.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Bro, if you come back to me.
Good. Jump in out.
It's go time!
You're just gonna keep running away?
Replicator on its way
Oh,
down.
teammate.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Care
Just keep
package over
pushing.
there. Let's get on that.
There's people coming up here now.
They're below us. I'm coming up to you.
Scanning the area. Reloading. I'm down.
What can I say, kid? The future is fused.
Done with that.
The accompanies this weather is also pretty loud, meaning that you can't really rely on sound to navigate here. With the rain in effect, moons can also start flooding completely, meaning the water level will actually rise as time progresses, eventually cutting off low parts of the map and only letting you walk on high terrain, ironically making the fire exits in some maps completely inaccessible.
How are you? I'm under the water. Please help me.
The flooding completely changes how the map plays out, and it can be a really interesting challenge. Although for some reason, the condition doesn't actually create mud. I guess they just ran out of budget there. Also, because of course they're not, the enemies are not at all affected by the flood, meaning you can still be slurped up even if the entire map is just an ocean. The reason why this is so dangerous is because unlike pretty much every other first-person game that involves water, you can't swim upwards. You will just sink to the bottom like a brick. So if you fall in somewhere with a surface that you can't climb back up, you're going to die. Then there's the storm, which will test your reflexes as you attempt to avoid a lightning strike, roll bad RNG, and get hit anyway.
Yeah, let's take this away from the door.
Now, there's two kinds of lightning. One targeting metal items on the map and the player's inventory, and the other being completely random. The first one gives you a soup warning that you can try and avoid by dropping all metal items. But the second one is kind of bullshit, striking with no warning and killing you instantly if you're unlucky. Well, you say unlucky, I say skill issue. The last weather condition is Eclipse. Now, this is probably the harshest but coolest modifier in the game. All it does is make the outside nighttime, meaning that enemies spawn all day. But the visual effects that accompany really build up the tension. During an eclipse, the entire map is bathed in this eerie glow, with the eclipsed sun hanging in the sky and music sounding like you picked the wrong choice in an RPG. It really gives you the feeling like you're invading somewhere that you don't belong, further reinforced by the gigantic dog that's probably already outside your ship when you land, ready to kill your entire team. Despite how simple the Eclipse sounds, it's incredibly dangerous, even with the game itself warning that you're about to go to an eclipsed moon.
You've landed on an eclipse.
Oh my god. You're not real.
The next destination in the category is 56 Vow, a hilly forest moon. The terminal talks about this world showing signs of colonization on multiple of its continents, but with no signs of life remaining, with no clear idea what happened. Despite being in the easier category and having the hazard rating of C, the entrance to the facility is pretty far away from the landing site, forcing you to trek almost the entire map just to carry some old brushes and a cookie pan back to the ship. Its main environmental hazard is the bridge leading to the main entrance, which at random points can entirely collapse under your weight. Thankfully, it's easily skippable, as if you fall into the dam, there is a fire exit waiting under the bridge. There's also a river running alongside the edge of the map, which can be followed to the main entrance. Just make sure you don't actually go in the river, because, as I've said earlier, water bad. Vow has a lot of plant life on the surface, which is probably why you can often encounter circuit beehives. These things can boost your scrap value a lot, having an average price of 121 credits, but unfortunately require actual teamwork, making it a great tool to use in random lobbies as a force trump experience, forcing a person to pick up the beehive while you try to bait the bees away. Now, you'd probably think, seeing a beehive out in the open, you haven't even gone into the facility yet, and it's worth a lot of money. What's the problem? The problem is, as soon as you go to the beehive, the bees will instantly become aggroed and start chasing you until they go back to their beehive or sting you to death. Oh, and if one of you, manages to pick up the beehive, well, let's say you've managed to bait the bees and someone else has picked up the beehive. Well, now because the bees are basically homeless, they're going to try and take residency in your brain, stinging your head with enough electricity that you basically flatline on the spot. But if you're a real sweat, there is a strat to getting the beehive solo. Run towards the beehive just enough to agitate them. Circle strafe like you're rounding up zombies in COD. Run up to the ship and drop it off on the platform outside the doors. Not inside the doors. Do not drop it inside the doors. If you do that, you've killed your entire team. Now make sure there is enough distance, and eventually the bees will give up and rest on the nest again. Sneak onto the ship, start it, and watch as the bees lag so horrendously they get teleported away from the nest so you can pick it up for some easy cash. This is also the map where you're most likely to encounter the forest keepers. Oh shit. You've probably already seen them in clips of people that didn't get to the ship fast enough, and they're the main reason that you never stay out past bedtime.
Penis in my mouth! Penis in my mouth! Penis in my mouth! Penis in my mouth! Open the fucking door!
They look like something that came out of Cruelty Squad, being a vaguely humanoid fleshy mass. Yes, I know this is the second Cruelty Squad comparison, but look at it. What else can I compare it to? Fucking Alan Wake?
Can you write something kinda smutty for me?
The only way to avoid getting bored by them is stealth, as once they spot you, only hiding will make them lose aggro. The one saving grace is they can't actually get in the ship. So once again, if you do the absolute coward move and sit in the base all game, you'll be 100% safe from experiencing most of the game's content. I said most, because there's still dogs. The ghost girl.
Now what? Fucking Jesus Christ! There's nothing there.
This is another map with a pretty low average scrap value, coming in only ahead of experimentation. It's definitely a beginner map though, but it just adds enough variety so you're not playing MW2 Rust over and over. The last easy map is 220 Assurance with a hazard rating of D. Despite this rating, it probably is the hardest out of this entire category, which might be the first clue that the hazard rating might be completely made up with no actual basis in difficulty.
This means nothing to me, alright? You mean nothing to me!
The area around the facility is very arid, similar to experimentation. Unsurprising, considering they both orbit the same planet, although the difference being that instead of a desert, the region looks more rocky, with even the facility itself and the fire exit being placed on high elevation, even on top of some stone plateaus. This map has an extremely good scrap value, matching even the moons from the advanced category, making it an ideal place to do early moon runs. But it's also where most new players start getting more confident and taking risks, maybe staying on the moon longer, leading a Assurance to likely be the first place that they'll encounter the most common nighttime enemy, the eyeless dog. While this game does incentivize teamwork a lot, teammates, unsurprisingly, are your biggest danger.
Give it back.
Because the only way the dogs can attack you is if it hears you.
Match
anything that you're
found.
holding. Meaning, holding loud items or having someone talk to you on the walkie-talkie will make them attack you immediately. And if you're walking next to a teammate and come across an eyeless dog, which your squad mate doesn't notice, they'll probably keep talking as usual, or you might even tell him about the pit bull that's currently looking right at you like you're its next infant meal, getting both of you killed. The dogs are the polar opposite of the forest keepers.
That's fair.
Working solely off of sound compared to the giants who work only on sight. And as you can imagine, them pairing up is basically a guaranteed death sentence. The dogs are also one of the few enemies that can actually enter the ship. Meaning they can force the ship operator to go completely dark to avoid them, disrupting any communication with the entire squad. Assurance also has the highest spawn rate for another creature.
No.
The Earth Leviathan. Aside from looking like a wrung-out condom, the Leviathan is probably the biggest surprise for any new players, as its attack isn't telegraphed very clearly, instead being preceded by underground groaning, as well as dirt particles floating around. The best way to avoid the Leviathan is to go backwards once you spot the attack coming, as this will hopefully stop it from predicting your movements and jump ahead of you. If you aren't cautious, it can definitely wipe your entire team, but once you learn to predict its attacks, it becomes more of a nuisance than a legitimate danger. It's basically a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the giants being rock, dogs being paper, and the worm being scissors. A single type on their own, and you have a 1 in 3 chance of surviving. But if all three are in play, you're basically screwed. The next group are Advanced Moons. To be honest, oh wow, that's the name of the podcast. They aren't actually worth it. The 2 moons in this category are both more complex than the previous 3, and have around the same average scrap value as Assurance, making Assurance the obviously better choice. Although, since you can't keep going to Assurance because of the weather, you'll probably have to end up choosing one of these Advanced Moons to alternate with. The first moon in this group is 21 Offense. With a hazard rating of B, you might remember that also being the hazard rating for experimentation. Once again, making absolutely no sense, as Offense is exponentially harder than experimentation.
We just started the game!
Offense is actually an asteroid moon rather than a regular one, as it is believed to have splintered off of Assurance a couple of hundred years before the game takes place. Their environments are extremely similar, except the fauna here are much more aggressive. Clearly a reference to Australian wildlife, which of course is both an arid wasteland and houses perhaps the most terrifying species in the entire world. Australians. On Offense, you're going to encounter a combination of many enemies at night, which are going to pose a huge threat once you realise how much you need to walk to and from the spaceship to the entrance. You can't bypass the main entrance through the fire exit either, at least not without preparation. That's because it's placed on one of the cliff walls, and that's too high to jump. So you'll either have to use the jetpack or an extension ladder, but we haven't got to the items yet. You're not meant to know what that is. Shut up.
I'd buy that for $1.
Well, if you jump down onto the pipeline while the ship is landing, you can actually easily make the fire exit without any additional items. But that being said, this jump can be tricky, but it's usually worth it as the fire exit is much easier to get back from. Again, you didn't learn that from me. The other Advanced Moon is 61 March, and not much is really clear about it. All the terminal tells you is that there's a constant drizzling weather, and it's overshadowed by its twin moon, Vow. March is also a forest moon, holding another hazard rating of B, with the big environmental difference from its twin being the huge sinkholes filled with water around the map, as well as having permanent mud spots, probably the result of the constant rain mentioned by the terminal. In other words, it's basically...
Are you guys ready for school
except
tomorrow?
if the water would actually drown you instead of immediately giving you toxic shock. The most special thing about this moon, though,
Fuck
is
yeah.
it's the only one in the game with more than one fire exit.
What's up,
having
baby?
3 in total. They're spaced out pretty
Fuck
equally, meaning that, for once,
Yeah.
the good strategy
So
here
much
is
algebra, bro.
actually to split up, with each person
What's up?
taking one of the entrances.
I'm gonna
and
do
then
so
using
much
that to
algebra.
attempt to speedrun harvesting
Oh,
all the
what grade
scraps,
you in?
usually before
Oh?
any enemies can even spawn in. Offense and March are where you're most likely to get introduced to the last outside enemy, the Baboon Hawk. These guys are the real cowards of the game, only ever
Breach you
initiating an
into
attack if they outnumber the group that you're walking with. You can tell if they've spawned because if you find an area with shiny rocks peppered on the ground, That marks their
chaos
territory. This is
load.
also where they'll drag a player's body after killing them. You can try to avoid them by traveling in a larger group, but if that's impossible, keeping eye contact while making erratic movements, and funnily enough, you can actually scream into the microphone absolute gibberish, and this will actually prevent them from attacking, meaning that XQC is actually an innate counter. Interestingly,
Last
the Blue
player
Hawks seem to
standing.
actually have a rivalry with the Isle of
I know
Skye.
Viper is like one shot.
They can actually attack and kill each other, proving a potential distraction for you to sneak past. Overall, advanced moons, they're not really worth running without combining them with assurance. That being said, they definitely provide a good challenge and are a natural stepping stone for anyone learning the game. After the advanced moons come the expert moons, and this is where the difficulty really spikes.
That's fair.
These moons actually aren't much harder, but the difference being they actually cost money to travel to, meaning you won't be able to buy 20 flashbangs to test your teammates' reflexes on every quota anymore. Since these moons do have a high cost of entry, they actually have better rewards.
You'll beat you 12?
Again, following the risk-reward system that I talked about earlier, the average value for the cheapest moon out of the three is more than double that of either of the advanced ones. Though this is where you might run into some weird logic.
You're going after Jet, Sage.
Moon range costs 550 credits to travel to, and has an average scrap value of around 1300, meaning it will, on average, bring
You have the
around
spike
800
over here.
credits in profit. Except Rend is much more difficult than, for example, Assurance, meaning that you'll probably pick the moon clean or come back with nothing, and still having to pay the price to get there in the first place. Despite this, any paid moon is automatically worth way more in the later
One
stages.
enemy
They just came TP.
The way the company checks your quota has nothing to do with actual profit. The cost of travel isn't taken out of the quota, it's taken out of your pocket. Meaning, if you take a trip to Rend and come out with, say, 900 credits worth of scrap, even though you paid the 550 credits to make it there, you'll still be able to fill any quota under 900. This is probably why they even have a travel cost to begin with, as this still lets you hit those late game quotas while not being an 100% way to over-earn and mess with the progression, keeping the game's flow more slow burning, like those A24 films where nothing happens until the last 5.
Hey.
Breach, what you?
One enemy remaining.
Oh yeah, Breach.
They call it.
I think it makes sense,
Bruh.
right? Like, we're in a throuple and...
With the
and
Bucker Squabble.
Yeah, I'll
yeah,
give
and
it to
the
you.
video was, you know, Vivek watching Bobby and I have a little moment.
You didn't want mine all day long. Play.
What in
Oh, you can take the bulldog, take the bulldog.
I need to, Ed, I need to bring
What
something
the
up.
hell is that?
What is what? What the hell is that? Is that the woke mob?
What the hell?
Yo, Breach, I think Phoenix wants to give you his bulldog. I got some college. Oh,
Hi, so how are ya?
I think you got a voter down here, but that's it. Stand there.
Spike
Hey,
down
how are you,
A.
Jeff?
Spike carrier's down.
Is that right?
Feel different.
26 Viper. She's running her Odin. Ares. Ares, something.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
You're going into Viper right there.
We must be gay. We must be gay.
Oh, man.
To defend that guy.
I thought I did was like 15.
Just sorry, darling.
Thank you so much. I will. I think that went well. They were very receptive.
You man ready for
We're
a
gonna
light show?
get through this.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
Remember the days when platforms like LimeWire and Napster reigned supreme with peer-to-peer sharing? The file sharing capabilities of these platforms made illegal downloading and music piracy very popular. Try as they might, the mainstream music industry could not control this issue. Then came Spotify in 2006. They were the ultimate disruptors, a solution that the music industry desperately needed. Unfortunately for Spotify, it was only a matter of time before their faulty business model caught up to them. Time and time again, we've heard that the key to success lies in spotting a problem and solving it. Daniel Ek and Martin Lorenzen had the right
Spike
idea.
down, B.
Spotify was launched to crack down on
Last
piracy.
player
It was
standing.
this shiny new platform, a brave new world. Quite similar to pirating, users were content with the basic limited music catalog for free. Well, technically not, because you would need to listen to ads occasionally. But those who could afford a full Spotify experience without interruptions could simply upgrade to a premium subscription. This subscription model was obviously set in place to make money. We mean, what's the point of a great idea if you can't profit from it, right? Right off the bat, it seemed like the best idea as part of Spotify's revenue would be channeled into paying the artists. The artists are happy, big shot music companies are happy, and even music lovers all over the world are better for Spotify's existence. But if you've been following the trends in 2023, then you
30
know that
seconds
Spotify
left.
is heading for
There's
a
a
very rocky
platform
road.
behind you.
From an increase in monthly substitution prices to mass layoffs and even a $1 billion failed investment, Spotify can't seem to get it.
Nice. Me.
Universal, Sony,
Got it
Warner,
next time,
these are
bud.
the big three record companies in the world. Spotify could not just pop out of nowhere. In order to position itself as a legal alternative to piracy, it needed to license music from the major labels. We imagined there was some back and forth, but in the end, Spotify allegedly agreed to pay 75% of their total revenue in exchange for access to the entire catalog of these labels. This model allowed users to access a wide range of music from anywhere in the world without having to pay per song. Good for users, but not so good for Spotify. The streaming company had to bear the cost of this access. But that's only a part of the problem because, in addition to paying for catalog access, Spotify also had to pay right holders a fraction of each stream in perpetuity. You don't need to be an economist to know that the cost structure for these payments is extremely high. As of 2023, Spotify pays artists an average of 0.3 to 0.5 cents per stream. This price actually varies depending on the location of the streamer. Give or take,
Last
the
player
revenue split is
standing.
approximately 70% to the rights holders, which leaves Spotify with just 30%. And of course, that 30% has to cover operational expenses and salaries of staff. But these royalties must be paid to the rights holders. To make things worse, payments must go through regardless of how many times a song is streamed. Put simply, the more songs are streamed, the more Spotify has to pay.
Satchel out.
With over 220 million paying subscribers,
okay,
Spotify is the
You
leading
got it.
paid subscription music service globally.
Let's
In
go,
an annual
man.
Loud and
Oh,
Clear
yeah.
report, Spotify
Let me
announced
start
that
it now.
it paid a record-breaking $7 billion
no,
in
thank
royalties
you.
to various rights holders in 2021.
Yes, please.
This payment
Yo,
amount surpasses any other service. and
what you
even
watching?
exceeds
What's
the
going on,
highest annual
behind you,
payment
bro?
made
What's
by
going
any
on with
retailer
you,
in
weird
history,
pedophilia
including during
people?
the CD era. The report also
I'm
reveals that
7.
over 1,000
I'm
artists
40.
paid $1 million on
You raise what you watch?
Spotify
What you watch?
for rights holders in 2021, with
What's going on in the
450
news,
artists earning over $2
Discovery
million
Channel?
and
You think that's the
130
news? How
artists
dumb are
earning
you?
over $5 million. Additionally,
Oh,
over
guys,
go back to
1,000
public
artists
school.
generated
How do you know?
$10,000
Yeah,
solely from
yeah.
Spotify. It should be noted
No
that
way,
these
or
payments
me.
are made directly to labels, publishers, and other
Just taking
entities,
it
as
so
opposed to the artists
Get
or
back to your
songwriters
house.
themselves. These artists and songwriters then receive their share according to their contracts. These are huge numbers. This is why Spotify achieving its first profit in 2019 since its launch in 2006 is not so far-fetched. So what really is the problem? Does this mean that the pay-to-play business model is not profitable? To answer this question, let's analyze a different company that operates with the same model.
Spike down
No,
A.
why did you walk past me there?
Just like Spotify, Netflix operates on a pay-to-watch business model, but for some reason, they're more successful at it. They produce their own shows and
One
movies that
enemy
require
remaining.
upfront costs for actors, directors, and editors.
She's running
Once
a
these
stinger.
Last
productions are
player
released,
standing.
Netflix doesn't need to continuously spend money on them.
Oh, yeah,
The
bitch.
company sits back and
Hit
enjoys
her
all the
65.
profits of their
She's running a
productions.
stinger to your
You
right.
might want to argue that they acquire some content from other production companies, but if you look closer, most of Netflix revenue comes from their original content, and this revenue stays in their pockets,
30
so they
seconds
can
left.
comfortably
I think I
afford
play
to
the game
acquire
to
a
shoot
few
the
big
person.
budget movies. But trust us, if they decide not to, Netflix subscribers will continue to renew their subscriptions without batting an eyelid. Another way Netflix benefits from viewers watching their content is through significant partnerships and ad revenue. Now let's come back to Spotify. If you paid close attention to that analysis, then you would have
You
already
think that's
spotted two
Netflix?
ways
How
that
out of town
Netflix
stupid
model is
are you?
better. You see, the fact that
Yo,
Spotify
it
continues
says
to pay royalties
out
to
of
artists for
town
each stream is one big
Netflix.
problem. This is not to say that these artists don't deserve to get paid, but Spotify is in a fix. Bear in mind that this
It means he has no
situation is
fucking
not the
clue.
same for other music streaming giants like Apple, Amazon, and YouTube. Looking closely, you'll see that these platforms don't necessarily need
And
to
he's
make
absurdly
money from music
incorrect.
streaming alone. And that's because they found unique
And
ways
only
to
someone
offer
who
music streaming
isn't
to other
experienced it could say
services
something
within
so
their various
naive.
ecosystems. Take a look at Apple. Their Apple One bundle
Okay, Dr.
features
Seuss.
services like Apple TV, Apple Cloud, Apple Arcade, and of course, Apple Music. With a plan like this, consumers are ecstatic.
Did you try to call me
Spotify found the
Dr.
perfect deal, while
Seuss?
Apple gets to make more money.
Nah, I
Same with
didn't.
Amazon.
That's
As they
not
bundle
watching
Prime
like a
Video,
documentary,
gaming,
bro.
and
Why are you
even
guys so
delivery
obsessed with
services
it?
together with Amazon Music.
Yeah, wait, because
Unlike
it
its
sounds
major
fun.
competitors,
That's
Spotify
it.
has no substantial product to bundle with music streaming.
He's
To
trying
be
to be
fair,
man.
we've seen some
Man
efforts
voice
over the
sounds
years
fun
to this
too.
effect. Remember when Spotify?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Hulu, and even
It's not
HBO
entertaining,
Max?
it's fun.
All of that was just to offer bundled services to its users. Sadly, whatever profits they made from that were shared, so they were basically right back where they started. An ideal plan would be to charge the subscribers per stream. You know, money comes in and the money goes out. If the price is right, Spotify could be making a substantial amount of
Last player
profits,
standing.
even after paying its dues to the artists. But let's be honest, that doesn't happen. Spotify knows all too well that this ideal plan is not so ideal after all. Apple Music, YouTube Music, and Amazon Music all have that same fixed price that Spotify can't afford to go against. As we explained earlier, the biggest thing that Netflix has going for them is their production of original content. Now, unlike Netflix, Spotify doesn't produce its own content. Yes, they bring in artists for exclusive sessions every now and then, but let's be honest, not enough people are into that content. This simply is not enough to significantly boost the revenue. To achieve substantial growth, Spotify needs to create original content. And no, they can't just start signing their own artists and putting out their own music. Actually, they could have. That's another ideal solution to their revenue problem. But unfortunately, that's a route that Spotify cannot take. In 2018, Spotify did try to license music directly from a couple of artists. This move would have gone a long way to cut out the record labels as middlemen. It was an interesting time, but Spotify notably backtracked this move within months. The music companies anticipated a move like this and protected themselves right from the beginning. In the licensing contracts, there are certain terms that prevent Spotify from owning similar content and competing with them. Breaking these terms will result in heavy penalties and other legal actions against Spotify. Since its establishment in 2006, Spotify claims to have paid over $30 billion to these rights holders. For Spotify to have any hopes of generating profits, it needs to expand beyond music streaming alone. By 2019, Spotify announced that it would evolve from just a music streaming platform to an all-audio content. The champion of this cause was podcasts. Being in the podcasting world solves one problem for Spotify, which is branching
One
out
enemy
from the territory
remaining.
controlled by the music companies.
Oh, you
So
like
after
that?
recognizing the
Last
importance
player
of
standing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you like that? I don't even mean to take this gun. Ooh.
to expand their podcast empire. Spotify also went on an acquisition spree, spending a significant amount of its budget on podcasts.
Does anyone want that fucking Guardian?
Gimlet. They also secured deals with influential figures such as the Obamas,
Are you like
the
what?
Kardashians, Meghan Markle, Prince Harry,
Yo, you
and
like
Joe
a-
Rogan.
Are you out of town,
Spotify
stupid?
invested heavily in
No, I'm
by spending
out of Latin, stupid.
$50,000 per episode and approximately
El stupido.
$280 million on podcast studios. It looked like the goal was to become the leading podcast platform. However, the expected payoff from this massive investment hasn't
Habla
materialized.
español?
While Spotify has gained more subscribers and achieved more success, it hasn't been a game changer for them. One reason for this is that the podcasting world still represents a small portion of the digital advertising market. Additionally, the increasing number of podcasts on various streaming platforms makes it challenging for
I don't need to
Spotify
feel
to
nothing
come up
like
with
that.
original podcast hits. Even after all these major investments, the first half of 2023 saw even worse numbers. Spotify's operating, gross, and net income margins were considerably lower than they were in 2022. This not only proves that podcasts are less profitable than Spotify anticipated, but also points to the alarming fact that the clock really is ticking for Spotify. It's sad that a company as popular as Spotify is unable to turn a profit. We believe that it presents a truly fascinating concept that stakeholders of an industry have enormous power over a company's profitability. What do you think?
Gear up, stay safe. We're going back in.
Recently, followers of Awesome Gold demanding answers regarding a line I wrote.
I don't own this problem. Yeah, I didn't even know about this until like a week and a half ago.
In 2017, and the answer I gave to a question at a panel a year or two later. The criticism, like, I have a vagina, deal with it. If you don't know who Asmund is, he is a streamer with well over 2 million followers. Since Asmund Gold was gracious enough to respond to the criticism and the demands for answers he's been receiving regarding his involvement with soft giving and their controversy.
So I'm not going to speak on behalf of Asmongold or any other content creator involved in this situation, but right now there is an article going around alleging that SoftGiving, a company that is like the middleman for content creators and shitters, was taking a larger percentage than they should have. Where I'm assuming most of these content creators had no idea that SoftGiving was taking that large of a cut from these charitable donations. And
this might come as a big surprise to you guys, but the reason why I haven't talked about this is because there's an ongoing lawsuit. Rest assured, after it's over,
one enemy remaining.
Lamps.
It's only fair
no comment.
that I respond to his followers. Well, who gives a shit?
Last round in the half.
Against me, and now somehow I have to respond to it? No. I don't have to.
What the fuck? Ghost, bitch!
And this is the funny thing about this is like I wasn't even talking about this.
Why'd he steal my fucking gun?
Drama continues.
He who knows.
Some huge allegations were made about against you. Well, who gives a shit? Somebody makes an allegation against me, and now somehow I have to respond to it? No. Who gives a fuck? It didn't even have anything to do with this in the first place. And again, guys, I don't bother to correct the context with this kind of stuff because it doesn't matter. They've already decided, oh, I know that you're guilty. I know that you're wrong. Like, all I was saying is, like, just stop changing the words and trying to put your agenda into it. It's obnoxious. Stop it. She has just been going off on people on Twitter, making hundreds of tweets a day where she's just, like, spending all day on Twitter arguing with people. Paid the 550 credits to make it there, you'll still be able to play under 900. This is probably why they even have a travel cost to begin with, as this still lets you hit those late game quotas while not being an 100% way to over-earn and mess with the progression, keeping the game's flow more
one enemy remaining.
Those A24 films where nothing happens until the last 5 minutes. Also, important thing to mention is that once you pay the cost to get into the moon's orbit, you don't actually have to pay again if you land multiple days in a row. Although, like I said earlier, you definitely will have to suffer through the weather effects. Again, it's another risk-reward, but with the risk slowly climbing over the rewards. Like I said, the first moon in this category is 85 rent. Now this one has a hazard rating of A, but the difficulty hump from a proper B-rated moon like a fence is insane, with the main entrance being very far away from the landing site, and having a high chance to spawn both the Argus dogs and the Forest Keepers. Again, a very hard combination to beat, because they both play on the opposites. Giants can see you, dogs can't. Giants work off site.
Are you guys good at defense or not?
So if both of them spot you at the same time, I just really hope you brought enough flashbangs. Rend shares a lot of similarities with the next moon, 7 Dine. Now this one has a hazard rating of S, and the travel cost is 600. Both of them orbit planets that orbit the white dwarf stars, possibly even the same one. These moons are so similar that the terminal gives the exact same info description for both of them, mentioning how they're basically inhospitable because of the cold, and that multiple famous travelers...
Do it for your online internet girlfriend!
Searching for the one PS5 game that doesn't come out on PC 3 years later. earlier,
Are you
their
high?
environments are basically
Yes.
the same, featuring a cold wasteland with perpetual blizzards
I'm
that
playing video games,
extremely
aren't
limit
I?
your visibility, which I'm sure sounds like home for all the Finnish people watching. Thankfully, there are lanterns that are lit up that show you the way to the main entrance. The outside features
Showers?
all the enemies I've discussed up until now, aside from the Baboon Walks, which seem to be exclusive to Arid Moon. It's mostly just accessibility, with Rend having the entrance a bit closer to the ship, as well as a fire exit that you don't need any items to use.
Last player
The
standing.
fire exit either requires a jetpack or an extension ladder to reach. Another difference is that Rend, unlike Dine, can't be flooded. Both the moons here as well have an average scrap value
Okay,
of around
I only have, like,
1400, with Dine having
78
around 100
grenades
more than
left.
Rend, possibly
Hopefully
to
that's
make up
enough.
for the increase in travel cost and difficulty. These moons are also where you're most likely to first encounter the mansion instead of a regular facility. It can theoretically appear on any moon, but it's the default interior on Rend and Dine.
We're gonna
The
stack
mansion's
this
rooms tend to be much bigger than the industrial catwalks that you're used to now, furnished with bookcases, TV screens, and even fireplaces. And yes, you can steal the lamps. They're also guaranteed to have a huge 2-floor entry room, which serves as the main room of the entire structure. Exploring the mansion feels much more eerie than the regular facility, probably because while the industrial feel was more disconnected, meaning encountering monsters there was more easy to rationalize, here the mansion looks like an actual living space that had to be abandoned by its occupants. You can also draw similarities from the main entrance here and in Resident Evil 1, another game featuring a mansion that was by monsters.
Last player
Probably
standing.
inspiration for Zekas,
Spike
which,
down
again,
A.
make the
How did you let them
game
kill you from up there?
the mansion's different layouts for the facility also changes the exploration loop, as the much more open spaces will show you enemies way earlier. But that being said, they can also spot you more easily. These maps are a little bit less of a maze, but they'll eventually converge on top of each other. Aside from that, the
Bro.
mechanics are pretty much the same. Although the mansion does have a lot more objects that you can actually jump on to avoid enemy attacks, which can save your life at times. Well, some enemy attacks. I mean, if a guy's got a shotgun, you're basically dead either way. The last and most expensive moon in the game is 8 Titan, hazard rating S+. Now this costs 700 to travel, but this is easily the most distinct moon in the game. The actual environment is similar to other expert moons, having a frozen landscape with a snowstorm, but the main difference is that the facility's entrance is right next to the landing site, just up about 20 flights of stairs. Even the fire exit is only really a few meters away from the main door, meaning this is
Drop me
probably
here.
the best
Oh my
moon to
God.
speedrun, also having the highest average scrap value in the game at around 1600. The trade-off, apart from the insane price, are the nighttime creatures, since they will almost always spawn right next to your ship as the actual map is really small, and enemies can also climb staircases, only being stopped by the ladder right at the top. Meaning you'll probably spend loads of time getting scrap, avoiding monsters, and then you'll go outside and then enter a staring contest with 2 dogs and a forest keeper. I'm dead. I'm dead! That being said, if you even make it
Spike
outside,
planted.
because Titan has easily the most dangerous interior in any moon in the game, with even the terminal placing basically all
One
of its
enemy
importance on
remaining.
the facility inside, calling it gigantic, and the Fauna tab only mentioning how dangerous entities have been rumored to take residence
Oh, sorry.
in vast network tunnels. This is the end game of all destinations, and should only be attempted if you're already very in touch with the game and have tons of equipment to fall back on just in case.
I love explosions.
Also, Titan is actually a real-life moon orbiting Saturn, even featuring a
We're
similar
here
climate as its
because we're
average
the best.
temperature, being around
Any of you
negative
forget that.
180 Celsius. No, I'm not doing Fahrenheit. Go away, Americans. Now, although the similarities are there, I don't think this is like our real-life version of Titan. But lore-wise, it could have actually been named after the real-life Titan that we have. After going through all the moons, you might notice the numbers before their names. This is probably related to the order that they were discovered in, with 7 Dine being the first one, and 220 Assurance being the last one. Already, you can blatantly see that the terminal is absolutely indispensable. But what if I told you that
They're on me over here.
everything I said about the monitor before can also be done on the terminal and better? No more will you have to stare at a big screen and use buttons to change perspective. Oh no.
Try to
Now
get
you can
one,
watch
try to get
the
one,
small
try to get one.
screen, which is, to be fair, a lot more convenient.
Spike
And
planted.
thankfully, you don't have to learn how to use the next
there was no reason for me to rush in there like that. No.
the option
But
might
that
seem
didn't work.
completely
Fucking
redundant
idiot.
at first, until you realise that the terminal can actually interface the facility is the moon you're on. This is especially useful for the booby traps that previous owners of the facility
Last player
like, for
standing.
example, anti-personal landmines. Oh, okay.
One enemy remaining.
And anti-personal turrets.
Jesus Christ!
Unfortunately, these turrets don't have any quick.
You're right.
Like... You can temporarily disable them by typing in their code shown on the radar scanner. Also, while the wildlife can't trigger traps, exploding a landmine will actually damage every enemy next to it. Sometimes, sacrificing yourself for the greater good is actually a viable option. Using the terminal to view the scanner is pretty easy once you actually get used to it, and gives you many more options than just sticking with the monitor. Another thing you can do through the terminal is closing and opening secure doors. To do this, you have to be told the letter and number combination of the door in question by the ground team, and this can be an amazing tool if coordinated properly. Enemies can never open secure doors by themselves, meaning you can trap them, effectively rendering them harmless. Sometimes a secure door can seal off part of the facility that you actually need to progress through, so it can be really important to have someone there to open it. More on the secure doors, they can also actually be controlled from the inside of the facility using a breaker box. If you find one, yes, the thing that you've randomly flicked to stim and it would do nothing apart from kill all the lights, it does actually have a purpose.
One enemy remaining.
Whether it's worth
Spike
opening a
down
door, you're
A.
gonna have to kill the lights as well. Every secure bunker door will also be forced open if your team takes the apparatus, seemingly the thing providing power to the entire facility. It looks like a yellow glowing cell, and it only spawns in a dedicated generator room. If you take it, it kills all the lights and shuts all the electronic doors,
I'm the last thing they'll see before
even locking anyone out from the control room from opening them for you. It also gives you a warning about a possible Fallout reference. Removing the apparatus can really fuck you over if you do it early in the run, so it's always best to leave it for last. It's worth a stable 80 credits, so it's just about worth it. Also worth mentioning is the scan function, which shows the value for all the scrap that's currently outside the ship. For some reason though, it seems that the value is inflated by quite a lot, as when you compare it to the value shown on the summary screen after departing a planet, the actual scrap value is much lower than what the scan tells you. I don't know whether this is a bug
Spike
or
down
a feature
A.
showcasing how shit the ship really is.
Know your fucking place. Trash.
But one thing's for sure, you should never really rely on it. With all this talk about average scrap value and credits, maybe you might have a little bit of money left over after filling your quota. So what can you do with your hard-earned credits? Once again, the terminal proves to be the real nexus point of the ship, letting you order additional equipment using the store command.
Showers.
Itself is pretty simple. It shows you a list of items that you can buy, sometimes with randomly generated discounts. 60% off a stun grenade, my beloved. All you need to do to buy something is type in its name and the amount you want to buy. Anything you order will arrive.
They're
the next
planting
time you land
B.
on any moon, in the form of a rocket playing perhaps
Spike
the
planted.
best OST in the entire game, which at the time of recording is Christmas themed. The landing site is the same for each moon, meaning you can actually bait teammates into getting squished so they can't steal your precious shovel. The delivery
Radiant's at the back.
is probably an evolved version of the drones that Amazon uses, as I'm sure Amazon has been a great inspiration.
Hit it,
for this company. Even downright
They come from the side door.
I didn't mean it.
Turn and cover him.
I didn't
Other
mean
way, other way, other way. What are you covering? Yeah, that's where you needed to cover. Where did you think they were going to come from?
Even if you all die
You're going
on the
to
mission.
scatter from
Starting
my
from the
stuff.
top of the list,
Super
the
easy to
walkie-talkie.
pick off.
Essential if you're leaving someone back on the ship. Also, incredibly useful if you're splitting up into groups to warn
That's
about
late,
enemies.
bro, we won.
Just remember, turn it off when you're near dog. This is also one of the many items in the game that uses energy. Its power meter shows right above your health bar, rendering the device useless if it ever runs out. Recharging it though is pretty simple. As inside the ship, you have the world's safest induction coil, ready to blast your hand with live charge as soon as you put the item inside. Even some of the useless scrap you can find uses energy, like the Dyson hairdryer. Trademarked. Patented. Completely useless, apart from drying other crewmates' hair. There you go. There you go. There's also a laser pointer, which has the exact same laser color as a turret. So you can trick your friends into thinking that it's a turret nearby. What is that orange light? I don't like that. What the fuck is that? And the remote control, which doesn't really do anything apart from turn the ship's lights on and off. Because the interior of the game is so dark, the first item you'll probably invest in is the flashlight and its pro variant. Nothing special here. You played a horror game, you know how a flashlight works. Although worth mentioning, the base flashlight is dog water, and you should definitely just stick to the pro one. Both of them use the same energy. The pro flashlight lasts longer, has more reach, and it weighs 5 pounds for some reason. You'll probably also get
So
every single encounter.
long.
Oh, low lightning. Oh.
instrument of destruction.
I just want to take it nice and
way of doing
slow.
damage. This is your self-defense workhorse for the entire game.
Last player standing.
Oh my
Actually,
god.
no, you know what? Scrap that. It's more like the shitty pocket knife you were given at the beginning of Pride Beer, with the dead realized around 35 swings to kill a single enemy, since it's so hard to find with a hitbox.
Pull over.
I really wish I could say that the shovel was like, I don't know, the revolver from Amnesia the Bunker, used to ward off enemies, but also had a multitude of other uses like blocking paths and opening doors, but it's just a shovel. But as an underpaid employee, you were never really meant to survive anyway. That is, unless you and everyone else
Crawl out,
to
money.
wail on a single enemy. After that is the lock pickaxe, described as using proprietary AI to unlock doors. Now, it sounds useful, but I cannot think of a worse item in the entire game. Mostly because you'll find keys scattered around the map, which will instantly unlock any door. Meanwhile, the lock picker, if you're stupid enough to buy one, will attach itself to a door and take 30 seconds to pry open a door. Game time, that's about 5 years. And despite it having infinite uses, unlike the single-use keys, chances are you get your neck snapped before you're even able to
Spike down A.
The stun grenade, on the other hand, which, if you couldn't tell through the entire video, I've been chilling non-stop, is absolutely 100% worth it and probably the best item
One
in the entire
enemy
game.
remaining.
The low price of 30 credits, you can condemn your entire crew to death by landmine or any other hazard currently present, forcing your teammates to actively pay attention and focus on the game instead of DMing their kitten on Discord half the time. Now, apart from being a troll item, they're actually really good to gain an opening if an enemy is chasing you. But let's be honest, that's not the reason you're going to buy one. The great thing about the flashbang is it will blind enemies and make them deaf. So it works on enemies that can see but not hear, and vice versa. And even after the flashbang has been used, you can still throw the empty canister to distract enemies and make a quick getaway. The next item is the boombox. Using energy, like the flashlight and walkie-talkie, it really serves as a distraction more than anything. Placing it around your ship will cause Isle of Dogs to aggro on it, possibly opening a path for anyone bringing scrap back to the ship. Inside the facility, however, they seem to especially attract one enemy, the Hybrideer. It's basically a slime that kills you if you stand in it for too long, following the nearest player at an extremely slow pace. It's attracted to sound, and you have a boombox that makes loud sounds. So if you have the boombox, it'll actually speed up towards you, looking like it's dancing, I think, and it actually won't even attack the person holding it, so it's a pretty useful distraction. On top of that as well, there are mods, so you can put in any YouTube link and it'll play it, so everyone in the server has to suffer. The bass music of the boombox is actually really good. Most of the tracks remind me of stuff you'd hear in Jet Set Radio. Next up is the TZP Inhalant. It's basically an asthma inhaler if someone mixed crack and helium in it. It gives you a burst of movement speed and decreases any stamina cost, although making your voice significantly higher in pitch.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
For too long, because if
Out
you
of
do,
charges.
the more your vision will be impacted. So probably like a rock star protagonist anytime they have a single beer. Another aerosol that you definitely
Oh, look at me!
is the spray paint can, recently added in the Christmas
I'm not
update. For
that
50 credits,
young.
you could buy a randomly colored can of paint that you can shake and apply across anywhere in the map, marking ways out, dead ends, and most importantly, unleashing your true artistic ability anywhere inside the ship. Now, remember how good the stun grenades were? For only 400 credits, you can have an infinitely rechargeable stun grenade in the form of the Zap Gun. Admittedly, with less potential to being a menace for your squad, as you can only target one person at a time, it can still do an amazing job dispatching enemies when combined with someone else that has a shovel, or just at least buying yourself time to run away. It can be a bit hard to get the hang of at first. Since you want to keep the stun beam up, you actually have to keep moving the Zap Gun according to the direction the game gives you, or it'll overload. Which, honestly, is pretty tricky. It's kind of just like those fishing games you play on the Wii. Once you learn how to properly use it though, it's an insanely powerful tool. The only drawback to it is regularly charged. The most expensive item in the store is the jetpack, coming in at a whopping 700 credits. And I do want to
One
say,
enemy
I know
remaining.
it sounds cool. We've
Spike
all seen
down,
the jetpack in GTA San Andreas, but it is nowhere near worth the cost.
Flawless.
The only real benefit you get is being able to transport cargo to the ship faster once you're outside. And when you do, each second of using
Let's win this bitch!
20 different ways to die. Like, for example, overheating, hitting the ground too hard,
Welcome back.
hitting a dog
Yo,
not hard
okay, you
enough,
guys.
or attempting to use it in the forest. All
What?
of these not only result in your death, but also in the explosion of the jetpack, meaning
Yeah,
you
welcome
just
to the
lost
cave.
700 credits. Maybe next time you just...
Oh, thanks for carrying me on your
You
back
get
there.
the same experience, but for free. But if
Yeah,
you really
G-Bud,
reach higher,
thanks.
you can also buy an extension ladder, which is pretty much the
You
only way
must get to the
consistently
gym a
reach
lot.
some moves fire exits without
Yeah, I
crashing
do.
and burning. But also
Sounds
having
like you
some
don't.
more or
You
less
probably sit on
obvious
your fucking.
functionality. For example, dropping a ladder onto a player will instantly kill them.
That's why I
Giving you
benched
yet another
225.
excuse on, it
Oh,
wasn't my fault.
congratulations.
You
You
see,
think
it
that's
was
a
the
lot?
boss's fault. This will also deal damage to actual enemies.
What
although
are
it
you,
is not very
15?
reliable because it takes a while for the ladder to actually
Yeah,
deploy.
but I'm also 14.
Fuck's sake.
You can
Okay,
also use it to
congratulations.
detonate landmines from a safe
Let me
distance
know when you
by
have
setting
4
a ladder up to
NCAA
fall on
letters,
one
and then we
running
can
away.
talk.
It's a useful item, but just
He
remember to
died.
actually crush
Shut
it
up,
before it stops
Flip.
beeping and then throws you into the abyss. You can also set it up with vantage points to drop items down below to your crucial control, greatly decreasing
There's
the
2 on site.
valuable scrap to your ship. Just again, make sure you are not on the ladder when it retracts.
One enemy remaining.
Fulfilling a function.
Heal again.
He's in light lamps.
Activating and placing it. Show up on the radar.
He's done.
Nice.
Fucked
Well
him up.
played.
Goodbye.
It'll also show up when you scan using your suit, meaning it can be very helpful in foggy conditions if you need to find your way back. Where it's similar to the it can actually draw enemy attention, as it can play sounds if you use the ping command followed by the booster's name on the terminal. Overall, it's great for leading eyeless dogs away from the ship. Surprisingly, the radar booster also has a great combat function, being yet another reusable flashbang. By typing in the
Oh,
flash
my
command, you
restream
can
was
cause the
off,
booster
that's
to emit
why.
a flash of light so powerful, it will burn the retinas out of anything looking in a 5-mile radius. And with an extremely short cooldown on the commands, this makes for a great stun locking tool that you can use to dispatch or distract enemies. The next section of the store are the ship upgrades, mostly straightforward with what they do. The ship horn is literally just that, generating a horn noise that can be heard anywhere in the map, which is great for navigating through dense fog and attracting wildlife to the front of the ship so you can sneak in while they're distracted. Then there's the signal translator, a silent way of communicating with everyone in the lobby. You can use it by typing the transmit command into the terminal, followed by any 9 characters that you want to transmit. That's enough, man! It's a great alternative to using the walkie-talkie, either if your team has no space, or there's a dog right next to you and you don't want to bait it by accident. Hi, doggy. And if you're wondering, no, there is no censoring. The teleporter can obviously teleport any employee currently selected on the monitor from outside the ship, but the trade-off being you'll drop all the items held that you've collected. It's basically a Hail Mary for when the employees are about to die. It also lets you retrieve bodies so you don't have to pay an enormous fine every time someone dies. Being eaten
So what did you say away to? Have you left?
and your body is completely unretrievable. The last upgrade is the inverse teleporter, which teleports you and anyone nearby into a random place in the facility with a huge 3.5-minute cooldown between uses. Now this is a really mixed bag. It is great for speedrunning, but prepare to get stuck out of bounds half the time unless you have a regular teleporter on the ship to make up for it. This is basically you playing the numbers game, hoping you teleport into a room with some good loot and near an exit. Or you can teleport right next to an enemy that one-taps you.
I like it good, G.
The description even giving a disclaimer saying that you may become trapped. The company is not responsible for injury or replacement of heads and limbs induced by quantum entanglement and bad luck. Unlucky! The last section in the store is purely cosmetic, letting you turn the ship house into an actual ship home.
Wow.
The ship is extremely modular with the furniture, letting you reposition almost anything inside. Also letting you store things inside the terminal and get it back using the storage function. A couple of items here were actually added as references to Zika's previous games, like the plushy pajama man being a callback to Upturned. On top of that, the cosmetic items rotate every quota, so make sure to check the store frequently if you want to grab that totally worth it pajama suit for 900 credits. Oh my god, is it really that much? These are basically items for people that have sweated the game so badly they somehow have insane amounts of money to burn, or they cheated. Probably the latter. None of these items help you in any way, but they're really just there to decorate the ship or your own character. You can fit the ship with cozy lights to enhance the romantic atmosphere, a welcome mat, which will probably end up being covered in blood, a toilet that makes a flushing sound.
Okay, can we get something else to go with this? Really done with this fucking pyrocynical bullshit. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Something like this.
This lab is packed with one mad science experiment after another, featuring external clock generators to circumvent overclocking limitations. The power measurement device that inspired our Intel versus AMD efficiency testing, custom fan controllers, custom-made liquid nitrogen pots, EVC2 hacking tools to also bypass overclocking limitations, and dozens of other custom hardware solutions. And all of these are built by a small team that powers the industry probably a lot more than you realize. Whether or not you know it, there's one man whose work has consistently appeared in several of the major lab tours we've done over the years. He appeared in our AMD Lab Tour documentary previously and in our Kinpin Lab Tours. This is Elmore, and we got to visit his lab, where he's fighting to keep overclocking alive. Between those bad science experiments and overclocking endeavors, Elmore has recently been branching out into more consumer products in addition to the enthusiast of lab tier equipment. He builds and programs custom PCBs that do all kinds of things. In the past, he built a DDR test platform for AMD that we showed in our lab documentary. In this special edition to our factory tour series, we'll walk through Elmore's lab and get an educational look at the cool hardware hacks he's been building. This is definitely someone you should be paying more attention to in the industry if you're not already. In this video, we really just wanted to spotlight someone doing cool stuff with computers and with the technology around them. So let's take a look at Elmore's lab. Before that, this video is brought to you by Montech and the King 95 Pro case. The King 95 Pro is a dual-chamber enclosure with configurable options for storage and power supplies. The K95 has a deep 35mm cable channel for management, support for dual power supplies if you want it, which could be useful for a Threadripper system, and ample radiator and fan mounting options scattered around the top, back, bottom, side, and front of the case. The front also can be mesh or solid, with the mesh running a higher porosity for more breathability. Learn more at the link in the description below.
I would say a lot of the things we're doing is actually because, to some degree, it's getting a bit more difficult to do overclocking. Things are more and more integrated, so it's easier and easier to lock things down, right? So one thing that we used to make is this debug card. So it uses a TPM header to get the port 80 debug data from something that is called LPC bus, which is it's a legacy from that was around on PCI. So that's why I used to have these PCI debug cards. You plug in and get the postcodes out, right? And then on somewhat more recent boards, without that, you will have TPM, which expose that same bus.
Okay.
So that's how we used to be able to get the postcode data.
So you ended up discontinuing it, I guess.
Yeah, so basically there was a platform change to ESPI from TPM. So TPM used to be used on the motherboard for communicating between the CPU, the Super I/O, and EC, and also the TPM module. And that was changed to something called ESPI on the more recent generations.
If you plug in just any 7-segment device like this to a board, is it gonna have, it can read codes of some kind, or it's like...
So if you have in the past, if you had the TPM bus exposed, you could. Okay. Theoretically today, if you have the ESPI bus exposed, you could, but there's unfortunately no natural reason for the board vendors to have a header. There is like a SPI TPM header, however, it's a separate bus from, there's two SPI buses. For one that goes to the Super I/O and to the EC that has the debug data, and the second one that's used for talking to the TPM device. So there's no natural way to get this information anymore.
A lot of tools and equipment here. The one that was most interesting to me were these.
Right.
Do you want to walk through?
Sure. Well, this is basically the Chinese cheap version of this. Well, this is also Chinese, but it's a bit more expensive.
Right.
So this is like an electronic load.
Yeah.
And this is a much simpler version of it. And you can see they actually retrofitted like an AMD CPU cooler on it, which is a very smart way of using a commodity product to get high performance cooling under design. Right?
And what's under the cooler? Is it FETs?
Yeah, so there's two MOSFETs under here, which are they're controlling basically as resistors, as peak load generators.
Right.
And they sit on like a small PCB as well. So almost like a CPU.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Even has the CPU temperature diode on there.
What is the? Is it the screen?
Yeah.
What is
It's
that?
just an LCD.
What is that normally out?
So this will show you the voltage, the current, your set point. You can do like constant current, constant resistance, constant power, and it has a microcontroller on here which will regulate that. That's cool.
Yeah. Did this just get retired when you move to stuff like this?
Not always.
Okay.
So like sometimes you want to try something quickly on your desk.
Yeah.
This one actually, I think I broke it.
Okay.
But like the voltage in the wrong polarity or something like that, and it wasn't very happy after that.
Yeah.
So like stuff like that, for example, is usually like the more expensive stuff. They won't break if you do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Has protections.
Yeah, I mean we still use it, and this can do like 40 amps. So let's say we need 50 or 60, you can just hook up an additional one of these, for
Right.
example, right?
And
Just,
supplement.
there's still uses for it. I would
How
say.
about this?
So that's just the same, different variant of the same thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's used as an Intel CPU cooler. So this should actually work. So if you want to see what the display looks like.
Sure. Yeah.
So you just adjust the current here, for example. It reads current, calculates power. You can do like battery discharge measurements. Like what's the number of watt hours that it's been pulling.
That's
over
cool
time.
too. Okay. I'm actually kind of impressed with the functionality.
This is like $10 probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. But this is something that you've made.
Yeah.
And I think you sell still?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's actually been pretty popular, especially for LM2 use.
Yeah.
So it's able to read really low temperatures. It has pretty fast update rate. It's like $50 instead of like a 300 whatever hook.
Can we talk about the external clock control stuff?
Yes. Right. So this is I don't know, more of an experiment, I would say, at this point, rather than an actual product. We have a system here which we're basically feeding with fully external clocks. The motherboard here has an external clock generator on the board. So we're feeding a 100 megahertz external reference clock into the motherboard. So that lets us just dynamically control the base clock.
For the motherboard one, is that this?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a differential PCIe clock signal.
Okay. There's the wires to the GPU.
Yeah.
There's this to the board for the external clock for the board.
Yeah.
I guess.
And then there's a separate external clock that goes to the graphics card.
And then what are these smaller wires going to?
Right. So the orange wires with the switch, that's to that's to enable the external clock.
Okay. So if you want to toggle it off and go back to internal, is that what that's for, or is it?
It's a little bit more complicated than
Okay.
that, but basically setting it over just in the BIOS, well, you try to use the external clock gen on the motherboard, and then we need to change a switch on the board to use our own external.
Okay, I see.
So that generates the clock signal and has a microcontroller for like simple UI with a display and buttons.
So, and then you've got a screen on the board.
Yeah.
And you have 3 switches on it. And then is the GPU GPU's to the same board,
So
I guess.
GPU is clock 2 there.
Okay.
The motherboard is clock 1.
Got it.
So what happens when we adjust the reference clock on the graphics card is that we shift everything, right? So like we shift your GPU, we shift your memory clock, we shift whatever internal timers. All this. Should we show this in action?
Yes, let's do it.
So because we can't measure or we can't read the clock frequency, right? So we have to measure by performance.
Right.
So we have to benchmark. We do have this is the signal now to the GPU. It's on the oscilloscope. So just to check how the signal look good, is it the right amplitude?
Make sure it's the input is actually doing something.
Yes.
Yeah. And this, I mean, the setup's cool. Like, so you've got EVC2 hooked up. You have your external clock, and then on top of the power supply is